Hello. I'm Cnt here. Welcome to my stream. So my plan for today was to play I have two characters that are still doing skill booster leagues. My plan today was to do them, and then I saw in OBS where I had made a note, actually technically in the stream title, but I see that in OBS, where I had made a note that I wanted to go finish Shards of Orr today, and I'm like, oh, that's right, I was having trouble with that one last time. And should probably give that some more go. So, plan for today is to beat Shards of Orr, and then switch to a different character, and give good old some time on... I have a couple characters that still have active skill booster leagues that I haven't finished yet, and I would like to... drink some water. I'd like to finish those skill booster leagues, so I think I'm probably going to hop on to Emerald Argentum, which is a Paragon that I did the slow playthrough with, I should note, and figure out exactly what he has left to do and spend some time on him. I also have Ardens Argentum, who needs some more time as well, and is in a skill booster league, so I kind of want to go through their skill booster leagues at some point here. So that's going to be sort of the general plan for the time being. I'm really happy to be here, by the way, playing some Guild Wars. I feel like I've had kind of a weird, busy, intense week in some ways, and this seems like a nice, relaxing thing to do, is stream some Guild Wars for y'all. So that's what we're doing. I really enjoyed Double Dragons, so I kept it on Sasuke. So we'll see how this team does in Shards of Orr. I feel like it'll probably do better. That was the goal when I set it up last time. We didn't get caught on this crate, did we? We did. Cool. And by cool, I mean not cool. Alright, that went down pretty easily. Did I? Oh. Note to self, before doing dungeon, clean inventory. I am glad I double-checked that. We will go do Shards of Orr in a second. Apparently, I forgot that I didn't clean out this character's inventory, and I need to go do that. Do I have... Okay, cool. I have enough money for salvage kits. Because I need a salvage kit, Asura. I don't... Okay. I just wanted to double check to make sure I didn't have some random thing in there. Let's just salvage a few items. Nope, that came wood. Okay, we'll just assume those are wooden then. I should have done this off camera, but I forgot. So we're doing it on camera. How it goes sometimes. That is not identified, however. I was looking for a... I'll have to keep an eye out. There's have cast time. Is it? Yeah. I think it's the half cast time mod that I wanted to identify. Or that I wanted to pick up for Rex Templaris. Okay. I think the rest of this is just merchant fodder. Wood has never been... like, there's so many things that salvage into wood, it's just never worth it to sell it to the merchant. It is art to the trader. It is worth 4 gold a piece as opposed to the 3 that a lot of the other common crafting materials are. Iron is actually worth 5 gold a piece to the merchant. So, I don't know. Right then. Now that I have taken care of that thing that I should have done at the start, go ahead and make our way back this way. Oh, I totally forgot to grab the Asern bounty last time as well, for whatever that matters.
I'm busy.
A little bit. I need one more rank up in Asern to get max duration out of that. Yeah. Need 3.5 grand Asern rep, I think it is. How much energy do I get from that? 21? I must be running 16. Yep. 16. Yep. That makes sense. Assassin's Remedy makes you lose conditions when you use attack skills. It's very useful in a place where I expect to get blind spammed. I have a large quantity of condition control, because when I was in there last time, I was inundated with conditions. Stretch my neck a little bit there. I have a tendency to be a little too stiff, trying to keep in place of the microphone, and so I was trying to do something about that a little bit there. I hope everybody watching this is having a good day. I myself am doing alright. I'd like to sleep better than I have been, but that's nothing new, unfortunately. What happened to that one? Okay, are we... Oh, I have a crate skin somewhere I could pick up. That's a whole 20 gold. And also, we didn't manage to avoid these guys in combat. Okay, sure. We can just... Actually, these guys can drop scales, which I do want. Ward against melee, my bane. Oh, get out of there. Okay. Hopefully we can avoid that group, eh? Got a few more encounters than I was really looking to have. I should maybe not attack through clumsiness. That's easier said than done, though. Joke's on you, I have a Divert Hexes ritualist. Because of course I do. It's me, have you seen me? Hey Chandra.
What now?
Thank you for my 20 certain reputation points. Let's go. Into the dungeon. I wish Assassin's Remedy had a quarter-second cast time instead of 1 second cast time. It's not like the biggest deal, but it's a little clunky to sit through. That's right. I was trying to bring more hexes to overwhelm their hex removal. Okay. Recovery would actually not be bad here, now that I think about it. Okay, well that's not a promising start. Don't know why Livia died, but I don't like seeing that. It's probably an issue with Bip, as in she probably bipped herself to death. Yeah, I mean, Soul Twists will sometimes go down as well, especially with all the eruptions. That's good to be thinking about. It may... Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to press forward and see how things go. See how they turn out. I believe there's an area map coming up. I may be better off in my Radiant gear. I think I want slightly more maximum energy. There. It's less armor than my blessed gear, obviously, but I want the higher maximum energy. I don't know. I'm feeling a little energy pressed, so... I also need to figure out what my priority needs to be. In terms of like what enemies should I be prioritizing in combat. Oh man, that felt good. See, the thing is, Judgment Strike has this nice knockdown property. It knocks down attacking foes that it hits. So in addition to dealing some holy damage, it also does that. Because the thing is, like, it's hard to know if I should be, like, which caster I should be prioritizing, if I should be prioritizing a caster. Or if there's... No, not the locked chest. I don't have... I had that? I may have had that already. Yeah, so just trying to figure out what needs to be my main priorities. Also making sure that I pre-put up the spirits is probably a good idea. Just refresh that. I'm gonna position all of these guys now, because then I can come over here and do some pulling. Okay, I want to... These guys have Putrid Explosion, which is actually kind of a big deal. There. We're still in range of the spirits here, so I'm... Okay, I need to get out of there. But, like, how much should the healers be a priority target, you know? Assassin's Remedy is doing a lot of work here, by the way. Even with how much cleansing I have on the rest of my team, having that is proving useful. Because Eruption will overwhelm any cleansing regimen you have. Regimen and regime are very different in that context. Language. Hey, Mr. Jack. Good to see you. Yeah, it's brutal for any physical attacker. Here's the Soul Twist. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and get Boon of Creation up. You guys, over here. I want to go after these necromancers. Okay. Thank that guy for coming forward a little bit. I wanted to be careful about accidental additional aggro. Actually, Assassin's Remedy is kind of making it so I maybe didn't need the Surin scan. Alright, where's the backline here? I need to do something about them. And the Skeleton Wizard. Okay, good. Okay, I need to go in there because that's where I get a key. That lets me proceed. Ow. Well, our shelter got taken down pretty quickly there. Oh man, res right into an aftershock. Give me those. Yeah, so much damage from that. Having shelter drop at that moment was not great. I saw the spirits were still up. I went to engage, and then I didn't have the spirits anymore, and then I was dead. This path, I believe, is the way forward. I need to go around. I don't... Okay, good. Vents are off. I do have to be a little careful because I have Drunken Master on. I'm slightly faster than everyone else, so that can be a problem in that it can let me get out of the range of my allies, which is not ideal. Okay, they have a monk back there. I think these wizards are fairly high priority target. The archers don't... The archers feel like they're in a weird spot. They're definitely some kind of priority. Because I think they have a bunch of interrupts. Okay, I'm definitely seeing some Scourge... That's right, there's a bunch of Scourge Sacrifice going around. Scourge Sacrifice is really rough on the BIP. But that's why I have Remove Hex, Shatter Hex, Divert Hexes, and another copy of Remove Hex. I don't know why. I feel like I would expect Mesmer to have a skill that's kind of more in line with Remove Hex and no attribute, like some sort of no attribute hex removal. And I wouldn't necessarily expect it to be just a Mesmer copy of Remove Hex, but I feel like I would expect Mesmer to have something a no attribute that could remove hexes. I mean, it does. It has Expel Hex. It has the Elite, which is just a double remove hex, like literally just double remove. But like, I would have expected something else. I don't know. Not quite sure what sort of skill I'd be expecting. It feels like that's the sort of thing that I'd kind of expect them to have. So it feels kind of weird that they don't. But I don't know. I'm gonna use this Beacon of Draknar here. But Monk is supposed to be better at removing hexes than Mesmer is, so it makes sense that Mesmer doesn't have anything there. But I would take like a 10-second recharging Expel. Like obviously it'd be worse than Expel, but it'd be a nice option to have. Didn't see you there, Enchanted Sword. Ooh, it dropped itself. Yes, dungeon lock, which I can open with the key that I got. Okay. One of the things that I am trying to do with placing the spirits is place them ahead of where we're actually going to be, so that way they don't end up getting eruptions on them. Because the eruptions are... Oh, this is a lot of enemies. Okay. Feels like Men, Body, and Soul did its work there. There we go. Got my energy recovery skill off. Well, this team definitely feels stronger than the previous one that I tried to bring down here. Because we actually managed to deal with that to some extent. I guess what I'm saying is I feel like there should be a non-elite Mesmer option that's 5 energy with a lower recharge than 20. What are there? I wish I could just straight search. You know what? I could probably just check the wiki here. This is better. Hex. Related skills. What? Oh, is this? Oh wait, there's just a straight up. They also list of hex removal skills. Okay, yeah. So there's Expel Hexes and Hex Eater Vortex, which are both elites. Hex Eater Signet, which has a 25-second recharge. Inspired Hex is 20-second recharge. Revealed Hex is 20-second recharge. Shadow Hex is 10. Yeah, I think what's interesting is just looking here. Mesmer's hex removal options aren't actually as plentiful as I think of them as being. It just happens to be that inspired / revealed hex is useful energy management that kind of ends up on characters to an extent. Shadow Hex is really good. And then there's a couple of elite options. So it's not like Mesmer's definitely not as good at removing hexes. It's just one of those things where I would have expected something that was a 5 energy, shorter cooldown hex removal skill. And for some reason there isn't. And I find that a little confusing. Like, it's just the sort of... Really, rampage bonus on the last foe I kill on this level. Cool. That's random numbers for you. Oh, yeah. Like, Shadow Hex is really, really good. It's mostly because, like... Yeah, I'm running a Shadow Hex right here. It's mostly that I would have expected, like, a 5 energy, like, 10 or 12 second recharging one. For some reason, I had it in my head that Mesmer is a bit better at moving hexes than it is really what it comes down to. Just because I'm so used to Inspired Hex, or slash Inspired slash Revealed Hex is the same skill, and Shatter Hex. Plus Expel Hex is existing. So I was just kind of thinking, there's not actually that many, like, professions that can remove hexes. It's really... Mesmer, Monk, there's a Paragon skill. Like, Dervish has a couple of skills that can remove hexes from itself. There's Hexbreaker Area. And otherwise, besides, like, Dervish, self-hex removal, Hexbreaker Area, it's a couple of Mesmer skills and a bunch of Monk skills. So they really do limit hex removal quite a bit. More than I was totally realizing. And it's really a Monk thing in many regards. It just so happens that Shadow Hex is really, really good, and a Mesmer thing. I feel like for a lot of things you want 2 professions to be able to kind of do it. That feels like a good sort of, like, baseline. So basically, like, one can do it well and another can do it some. Which is what they more or less have. Trying to get this guy down. There we go. I don't know. It's just mostly what I was just realizing is that I thought of Mesmer as being better able to remove hexes than it actually is. Just because Shatter is really good and Inspired slash Revealed are kind of ubiquitous. And they kind of created a perception that was somewhat inaccurate. Because, like, literally those are your options. Those Hex Eater Signet are your non-elite options for hex removal on Mesmer. Yeah, Cup's a little bit far away, but I have a bunch of notes. Maybe I'll move these notes a bit closer. And then move them up a little closer. Okay, there we go. Just physical arrangement stuff that you all cannot see. I don't know why Shards of Orr has all of these torch things. They really like their torches here. Poor encoder getting overloaded. I don't have the incoming and fallback, but it's not going to really affect being able to do this. All of these lighting puzzles have to be able to be done without speed boosts, I imagine. That would just be... If I were designing them, that would be an important balance consideration. Of course, I do have a speed boost, but... Yeah, I think this opens the door and then spawns some foes. Incorrect. It spawns some foes whose death opens the door, if I remember correctly. Now that I think about it. Monument to something. Back here, Crypt Wraith. Well, I don't like seeing Pariahs dead. Axe Twist, that's an interesting choice. Okay, we all okay? Looks like that morale boost I just got did a real good job on any death penalty anybody had. Yeah. Basically erased Pariahs' death penalty. That's good. I think I need this in a part just up here, didn't I? Yeah, I do. I'm remembering now. Go after these wizards. Okay, let's stop standing in that. You know what? I just realized would be a really nice skill to have. Would be the Hex version of Mirror of Disenchantment, i.e. remove one Hex from target ally and from each other ally, or from each other party member. Or like remove one Hex, yeah, from like target, I don't know, target ally in each other. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it would work, but basically something that would remove a Hex from a target ally, and any other ally that had that Hex on it, it would also remove it. I'm not quite sure what the rules wording for that would be, but, you know. I guess? Or maybe more like Extinguish. Extinguish, but for hexes would also be nice. It feels like what Withdraw Hexes wants to be. Yeah, I think so. Okay, I do have the torch. Yeah, I agree. It would have to be elite. It absolutely would need to be. I think you could maybe do... So if it were extinguished for hexes, i.e. remove a hex from each party member that had a hex removed this way is healed for basically like a cure hex that hits the entire party. That would have to be elite. I think remove a hex from target party member. It's not really a wording they do. But remove a hex from like target ally. Each party member that has that hex on them also has it removed. Like, how's this worded? Yeah, all of that foe's party members also lose that same enchantment. So I'd basically just kind of do the inverse of this spell. Remove one hex from target ally. All of that ally's party members also lose that same hex, or all of your party members also lose that same hex. And I think that would probably need to be like 10 energy. But you could do that. as a non-elite, I think. If it just was removing the same hex from everybody, as opposed to being able to get a different hex from everybody, which feels like it would have to be elite, especially if it had healing attached to it. There's some slight subtle differences and stuff. I don't think I actually need to fight that group. I don't know for sure. Yeah, it's the difference between those two functionalities. Whole party loses a hex versus whole party member loses the same hex. Because that one, be, like, something that could be really good against, like, suffering, but maybe, or if they're, like, spamming a bunch of the same thing, but, like, if there's a bunch of different hexes going on, wouldn't be especially good in that scenario. Because, like, right now, like, half of my, or the majority of my party has Scourge hex on them, and cleaning that off of everybody is kind of slow. So if there was, like, a skill that I could bring that would, like, get rid of it from everybody, that would be really nice. I'm gonna go after our cursed brigand here. Yeah, he's the one with the dungeon. Pro tip, my inventory is full. Okay, let's do something about that. Oh, I don't know what these are all going to salvage into. I got wood. I never want to get wood. Thing I don't want. Okay, knackered robes, probably cloth. Highly salvageable? Nope, fortitude. I'm going to salvage that. Gilded edge. There we go. Didn't realize I'd been getting that much loot. I don't think I need the torch. Let me check the map. Yeah, I think I just walk over there and head down, so I don't think I need the torch at this point. This is a weird room. Like, that group... You would assume you need to fight that group in order to spawn a chest to get a unlit torch, but apparently not. It's very strange. Kind of a weirdly structured dungeon. I feel like that microphone was running a little high. Actually, I'm going to make a note. I know it's terribly exciting watching me take a note here. But I had an idea, and I liked that idea. So I am writing down that idea. I have a game that I'm working on, and it has some similar skill concepts to Guild Wars a bit. And I like that idea of remove this from ally and all allies, and I should be able to rig that up in my game, so I made note of it in case that's something I want to do. Guild Wars 1 is a game that heavily inspires me when it comes to game design, and I frequently find myself wanting to make games that do stuff similar to it. And I've been working on a game in RPG Maker. You can learn a little bit more about it on my blog for anybody interested at cntier.com. Same thing as my username. .com. I need to stop standing here. It's very much early on and a work in progress. I regularly find myself wanting to experiment with other mechanics for things, but I need to stick to my guns with some of the structure because I'm making an RPG Maker, and there's only so much I want to deviate from what that game engine was designed to do. Like, you can go into the code and you can do whatever the crap you want with the code, but the problem is the editor is static and you cannot change it. So anything you change in the code, if it like may not be able to be well reflected in the editor, and that is a giant pain in the rear end as far as I'm concerned. But it's good too because it makes it a much more approachable tool. It's one of these things where finding the balance between like approachable, learnable experience versus power tends to clash. So the more you give the user like power and which comes from options, the more difficult you make it to learn and the harder it is to approach. So I want to make a game in RPG Maker, and at that point I'm going to abandon it and move on to Unity so I can actually have the power I want. But the problem then becomes access to assets, because one of the really nice things about RPG Maker is it comes with a bunch of assets. And of course, there's going to be people who are like, why aren't you using not default assets? And I'm like, because it comes with default assets. Why would I want to use this thing over, you know, more powerful engines with more options like real lighting systems if I, you know, didn't have useful things like a bunch of assets. Anyway, that's going off on tangents. Chandra, stop standing in my way. I'm trying to kill enemies. Olivia probably died to get that back up. Scourge sacrifice. Cool. I wonder if there's a secret switch that opens a door there. Feels like there should be if there isn't. Okay, I probably already talked to that Beacon of Darkner. Let's not worry about this torch just yet. I know I'm going to need it, but I want to go clear out enemies first. Yeah, okay. I already did all that I needed to do with that. Just get fresh spirits up. Okay. Okay, I am in way too much garbage here. Give me my gold coins. Okay, you know what? There's no reason not to just move this at least incrementally forward. Otherwise, there's just going to be a lot of unnecessary backtracking. Because I can easily reach this flame brazier. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm going to leave this one here. This part, I remember, gave me a lot of trouble last time. Hey, you. Oh yeah, still rough. Still very rough. Okay, well, those are back up, and I have some health now. We really need Dunkoro less dead. I'm not sure how that's going to happen. Okay, he is less dead. Good. It's everything I could have hoped for. A healer being less dead. We'll get that undead bone on the way back. Now I want to clear out these groups. Okay, that was a really good takedown of those guys. I don't like seeing the Scourge Sacrifices floating around. Scourge Sacrifice can also be really bad for Spirit Light in some circumstances. There we go. My ear is itchy. Why does that happen? Why does anything get itchy? Isn't that weird? Isn't itchiness weird? Okay, enough of that. Y'all, come over here. Turns out Splinter Weapon's really nice when you're pulling. Yep, they like to put Healing Breeze on Livy just like I do. Healing Breeze is really nice to put on your BIP. Because it helps keep them healed while they're bipping. I don't know. It seems pretty intuitive to me, but... I am quite enjoying Double Dragon. I feel like it adds a lot of AoE damage around me in a way that I enjoy. Similar to how I enjoy the AoE damage of Splinter Weapon, except I can't see the Double Dragon damage, which is a little sad, but, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Pierre was Ming doing its job. Okay, where does this go next? I legitimately don't remember. Okay, I'm just going to leave this over here. I'm going to go clear out some enemies and then figure out what the next business order is. I need to get down there. Get these up again. I don't think I'm going to need that one so much, but... Whoops. I thought I had swapped to my bow to pull. I had not. Okay, I need to get out of here. Yeah, that'll help. My Assassin's Remedy back up. Skeleton Wizard. Chandra, stop body blocking me. Said everyone who came into this dungeon, I'm sure, at some point. Okay, there's the Flame Brazier, so I just need to get from here to there. Okay. Well, I can ignore that pile of enemies. Seems good to me. I was able to get to Fendi Nin last time, although this is going to substantially better than that run, because we're dying some, but we're not dying nearly as much as I did on that previous attempt a week ago. So, you know, that's good. I assume I need to go in here. Seems logical. Replacing all those spirits does a lot to help. Displacement's going to do a lot to diffuse the initial damage capabilities of those guys, so I feel like going after the casters is preferable at that point. Yeah. And I'd just switch there briefly to my critical strikes bow, because my critical strikes bow can deal damage still at range, which is a useful property to have. There we go. Okay, this room has several flame braziers I need to light, so let's position fresh copies of our spirits. Push that and do a pull. So I have a flat bow that I use for pulling, but I have the short bow, the critical strike short bow, that I can use. Man, what's great about Assassin's Remedy is it lets me actually combo through Eruption, which is crazy to me. That is, like, its cleansing prowess is that strong. Because what it does is for 30 seconds, the next 9 attack skills you use remove one condition. Like, it removes the condition before the attack skill accuracy check happens, before it rolls blind, basically. So that proves to be immensely powerful. Assassin's Remedy is really strong, is what I'm saying. It is probably one of the stronger anti-blind skills in the game, with the strongest being Sight Beyond Sight, which is literally makes you ignore blind. Like, I think it might just be you're immune to blind. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head exactly which one it is. Let me check. Yep, you cannot be blinded. Just, you know. But if you're not a primary ritualist, you only get half duration off of it. Roughly, like, you get like 7 out of 15. Like, it has like a 15-second recharge, and you get a 7-second duration or so. You can absolutely use it as a secondary writ. It's just not as good. But they stuck it there so that way you, all of us who are not primary ritualists, can still use it without it being like absolutely busted. So it's definitely, like, I've brought Sight Beyond Sight into Shards of Orr before. Okay, time to clear this space out of a few enemies. Of course, I am using my blunt daggers because it turns out a lot of these skeletons are weak to blunt. Like, legitimately weak to it, so that's fun. These down. Nice to see the breath of fire going off. Man, I am getting slammed with a lot of junk. Not sure where I'm going to find a boss. Maybe there's a brigand in here. What I'm saying is I don't think that boss bounty is likely to get collected. Oh, man. Judgment Strike is so nice. Okay. Backline is a little bit struggling. Hey, Big Ugly. That's what you call a large, decayed, half-decayed enemy, right? Okay. And there's still one group over here that I want to take out. Let's get into position. I want to renew the spirits that we've got. Okay, that worked. And a skeleton archer. Okay, now I just need to go do some torchlighting. Maybe this spawns a brigand that I can then... That would be nice. Be nice to get this bounty. Now, what's interesting about this is not for killing a boss. This is not like the next boss you kill. This is for 5 minutes you earn +6 reputation points for each boss you kill. So if there's multiple bosses that you're able to kill in a row, you're going to trigger that each time, which is pretty good. I missed seeing this group here because they're a bit beyond where I was looking. Oh. I forgot to double tap at the braziers that I was lighting, and my torch went out. You can, like, if you... After you light a brazier, you can activate your torch on it again and refresh its duration, and that's a really good idea to do, and I just forgot. Whoops. I guess. I don't think I need to fight that group, so I'm probably not going to. I don't know why it says the passage is open when what it really means is a mob has spawned. Specifically this mob right here with a cursed brigand in it. I am glad that they made those skills all have significantly shorter activation times. They used to be much longer, and while I think that, like they are in PvP, and while I think that's good for PvP, for PvE, that's just really annoying to deal with. Okay. 1 second. I apparently need to clean out my inventory a bit or something. Give me this. Let's see what these Dirks have going on. Cool. They, in fact, became some iron, which is exactly what I wanted from them. Bowhammer back in there. Okay, there was a... Yes, there's the lock. Excellent. Oh, is this the spot where I'm like, why is this such a long run back to... Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know why this is such a long run back to the boss. You have to go all the way back from over here, don't you? I don't know. This feels like a really weird design decision. Most of the time they put a thing right near the boss, and this time they decided it should be like all the way over here, and I don't quite know why. I think I used that already. Well, it's active, but I think I used it already for something. I don't know if it gave me a hunt rank up or reputation points or whatever, but we'll see how this goes. Excuse me. Any moment this feels like ending. Must have had some enchantment removal. Not like what happened to Livia there, but party may have been standing on a jet of awfulness or something. Like, it feels like there should be a resurrection shrine in here, doesn't it? Like back there at the other end of the bridge or something. I don't know. I'm going to wait a moment here. I want energy pools to recover some. Okay. Let's go ahead and renew this as well. So I think this team is better than the previous one that I had brought in here. The fact that I haven't had to use any clovers at this point kind of attests to that. So we'll see how this goes. Last time I did have Skullcrack that I was trying to use. I don't think it went especially well. But I feel like my condition and hex removal are both substantially stronger this time. Chillblains, eh? I don't know what caused the death of Acolyte Sasuke there. Don't need these archers disrupting shotting and debilitating shotting. I feel like I might be standing in a bad spot, but I cannot confirm that. This feels significantly more doable than last time, by the way. Like, still struggling, but better. I mean, this is a bit of a hard boss fight, so. Well, we got back to this phase. Yeah, part of what's going on is Livia's dead, so everybody's struggling with energy. So we're probably going to die due to lack of energy here. Maybe? Okay, now we're respawning. This isn't the real Fendi Nin anyway. I think I'm going to use one clover here. Yeah, I didn't like how much death penalty was going on over there. I still think this run back is weirdly long. And atypically so. It really legitimately feels to me like they just forgot to place a resurrection shrine somewhere. But maybe it was intentional. Yeah, because Price is both healing and X removal. And the nice, lovely Resto Prot package. Mend Ailment's a really good wave, helping to mitigate some of the issues of a bunch of conditions. Whereas Mend Body and Soul can remove multiple, so that's nice, but... I'm just going to walk forward, because I think until we get kind of through, we're not handling that super well. I think we got about a quarter of the way through the spirit of Fendi Nin. I'm gonna get those all replaced and... Yep, time to get back in here. Oh, we got further than I thought. Yeah, that's nice. I kind of prefer him over here. Goblins is really annoying, though. I don't know why you put Insidious Parasite on the monk. It's a weird call. Trying to clear out some of that. Yeah, there's a lot of pressure going on, and for some reason Price is doing an especially bad job of handling it. Oh, good. Hunt rank up. Chandra, why? Livia literally cannot bip enough. I actually would benefit from having 2 bips here. That feels absurd to say, and yet it is accurate. No, I can't keep attacking through Insidious Parasite. And I have Insidious Parasite on me because, like, there's too much pressure over here. It's weird to say that literally my BIP cannot keep up with my team's energy needs, but it's true. That my BIP could not keep up with my team's energy needs. But we're making good progress on this boss. I'm sure there's better ways to try to approach it, but okay, that feels, we'll use 2. There. Probably excessive, probably unnecessary, but I am running the wrong way. But I do want to kind of actually finish this, so. It's crazy to me that the BIP literally cannot keep up with the energy needs of the party, but that is nevertheless the situation in which I found myself. And it's possible that I could have done some slightly different things with some stuff to try to make it a little bit easier. But part of what's happening too is Chillblains is coming out and stripping BIP as well as other supportive enchantments off, like Fire Attunement, like Boon of Creation, that also help with energy management. So that's not great. I feel like Chillblains used to be point blank area of effect, from what I remember reading. And I feel like them changing it was maybe a bit much. Like, imagine a hex removal spell as strong as Chillblains. Like, it would just make hexes really hard to make any good use of. Because as soon as you try, they'd be gone. Wow, I don't know what I hit there, but that was an absolutely enormous wall. I mean, the good news is Fendi Nin here is down to like a third HP or something. The other thing that's not helping is it's stripping my healing breezes, which are an important component of healing. A lot. Like, you fight a lot of enemies as part of this boss fight, though. Yeah, this is where suddenly there's a huge wave of pressure on the team. Okay, so it's going to take us one more round to get through the Soul of Fendi Nin at least. It's alright. Not ideal, obviously. I think we just happened to have a really bad spawn with a bunch of Clamor of Soul triggers, or a bunch of Clamor of Soul casts, causing a lot of sudden spike. It's hard for me to know exactly what was going on and how well we had shelters up and everything. But, like, Chillblains, like, imagine if there was 25 energy, 8-second recharge, What are the stats on Chillblains? Hang on, I can look them up while I'm waiting for this to go away. 25 energy, 2-second cast time, 8-second recharge, spell. You become poisoned for 10 seconds. Allies in the area of target ally are healed for 46 HP and lose 2 hexes. Like, that would be one of the most absurdly overpowered anti-hex skills in the game. I think Chillblains is extremely overpowered. And I think it probably deserves a nerf. I don't mind a big AoE enchantment removal, but 8-second recharge on a profession with the absurd energy management of Necromancer, that 25 energy cost is not that big. Huge AoE. It's just extremely, extremely strong. So. Okay, so I think I should be able to clear this out in one more go, hopefully. Okay, Olivia, I really don't need you standing in that. So yeah, we're able to deal with a lot of the initial salvo of things, but... And Chillblains used to be, like I said, point blank. Hello, Micro GW, good to see you. I'm almost done with Fendi Nin at this point. I think we should be fine. There we go. I don't know why some of the NPCs that go with you, you can just turn in the quest to them right there, and some you can't. It's very strange. I got a Draconic Spear. Are Draconic Spears any good? I don't know. This one is not. Alright. So that fills that in my book. And I turn in the quest. Yeah. What was this one again? I'll have to look up which one that is. Slavers is weirdly like 14 or something. I'm not quite sure how they arranged them. Okay, I think that's all I really need to do here. I've got Ula's Lab and Arachne's Haunt. See, I've done those, both of those. I'm just taking an assessment right now. Oh, I still need to do Vloxen and Slavers. So, Vloxen might be one of those. I'll be doing more dungeons on this character later, but I think I'm going to drop her off at Umbral Grotto for now. Boy, that's a lot of bones. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and switch characters because I want to spend some time over here on Imrahil. I need to figure out what exactly he has left to do. Because he is doing a skill booster league, so let's go ahead and pull up his skill booster. That is, for some reason, every now and then icons don't load properly in Windows, and I'm not sure why this one didn't. There we go. So here's his skill booster league. I need to assess. We'll look at that more later. Ooh, he has a miniature Prince Rurik. That's cool. I had 3 more inscribed shards for him. He needs 2 more inscribed shards to complete this quest that requires you to collect inscribed shards. He has a draconic spear. It's his vampiric spear. That's nice. Zel's Balthazar's Spear of Defense. Guy's pretty kitted out for what I want equipment-wise for him, isn't he? Isis. Okay. He has a partially done copy of the Flameseeker Prophecies and needs to do Eye of the North. Have I done... Okay, and he needs to do Jade Sea stuff. Let's start by finishing Jade Sea stuff. This is a weird bar. I'd expect no less from him. I should have... Hang on. Yes. These are here only for the Zealous mod. Yeah, Gyala. Somewhere around here I should have... Okay, that's a 14 over 50. I think I should have a 15 over 50 lying around too. I might... Actually, the only thing I care about this is the defense mod anyway. I don't care about poisonous daggers. I don't care about this skin, and I don't care about Dance with Death. I have so many Dance with Deaths. Like, there's one just floating there. Let's pull the Zealous. This is highly salvageable. I'm going to get crafting materials out of this. Because I just got 7 iron ingots. That is excellent. Let's pull the defense handle off. I'm going to sell the rest of that. I'm just going to mod up his anniversary daggers here, because I figure why not? Don't I have... Oh, that's a Hale and Hardy. Do I need to extract... I know I have 15 over 50 floating around in here somewhere. Yeah, like this has one. I'll pull that out. I don't know how much I care about this memory mod. I'm going to go ahead and pull the Strength and Honor out of this. Where did these go? Here they are. There, some Zealous 15 over 50 defense daggers for him to be able to use at some point if I want to. Do I have... I don't even have Assassin unlocked on him right now. Probably should go grab it at some point. How is he doing on skill points? Pretty low. That doesn't surprise me. Okay. Yes. He does have a bunch of Marganite masks. Okay, let's go to Gyala. Yeah, he doesn't really need multiple armor sets, does he? Probably not. Where was he with his... None of those are his books. His books are over here. This Flameseeker Prophecies has Delecia Seaboard and is missing the Maguuma Jungle area. Okay, let's go... Let's go to... Actually, I need to go grab funds. Let's go to Senji's Corner and unlock Assassin. And at least pick up a few Assassin things for use with his new daggers. That I just spec'd out. I'm not going to run this bar anyway. Yeah, Warrior Ranger. Necromancer, Mesmer, Ritualist, and Dervish. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I don't know. Let's grab 10.5 plat. I think you need the 500 for the profession changer to unlock a profession. So let's go ahead and grab that. Assassin, yes. Akane. Go ahead and give me the goods. Do I have... Okay, I have stolen eggs, so I'm going to need to go do that. Stolen eggs is kind of annoying to do on anything that's kind of more of a physical profession. Death Blossom. I want Wild Strike available. Golden Lotus is not what I was talking about there. Jagged. Those two. Falling. There's some other skills that would be really useful, but they're in other areas. A lot of these are target touched foe. How many skill points do I have on him? 27. Yeah, okay, let's just be a little bit more aggressive and get several more skills. So, Shroud of Distress seems good. Way of Perfection is useful. I like Unseen Fury. Let's grab some of these escape skills. I don't think many of these are of super big interest to him. Caltrops might be. I'm going to grab Caltrops. Caltrops seems like a skill that I might want to use on him in the backline position. Crippling Dagger as well. I think Disrupting Dagger is... more of a... late area. Or, yeah, as like a Nightfall skill. Okay, so I'm going to actually want to jump campaigns a little bit to grab a couple of other skills. I don't really need any other dual attacks because it turns out Death Blossom is single-handedly the best dual attack in the game. And therefore completely invalidates all other dual attacks by its incredibly efficient stats and general power. Which is not something I'm particularly fond of, to be clear. Oh, I can turn in this quest over here as well.
You honor me. I've heard much of you.
I'm going to grab that. I'm not going to do that right this moment. I want to go find Micah Ferguson.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Okay, I want Falling Lotus. Actually, give me all of those. Shadowfang is interesting. I don't think it's super useful on this character. I think those could be good. Smoke Powder Defense, I'll pick it up. I feel like that's one that I could end up finding use for. Let's go to Commandant Jewel of Lagstun. It's very laggy here, is my point. I'm actually going to go to Yanner Market to go buy skills. I like Yanner Market. It's really pretty, and there's a skill trainer here. So. Random bow. I like this. Really? Dang. Okay. I was gonna pick up these three, but it's come to my attention that there's a few additional Paragon skills I don't have yet. Let's withdraw 5 platinum and finish using up all of my points here. I don't really want Swap or Shadow Walk. Find their weakness. Let's just buy up some of the skills here. I get one more and then I'm out. Let's grab Glowing Signet. That can be useful. I do eventually want to get them all of the Paragon skills, so that'll be a process. I do have Spear of Fury, right? Okay, good. I do. Several signals to capture. I don't know. It's been a while since I played this guy, so I'm gonna have to kind of reassess where I'm at with him. Okay, let's go do Gyala Well, let's go do eggs and then Gyala Hatchery. I think I'm Kurzik right now. Yeah, I am. Let's just do something with that Kurzik. What can I do with 3K Kurzik? I don't know. I'm going to drop off in Cavalon, go to my guild hall where I can do Kurzik guild rewards. Yes, faction rewards. I can get Kurzik skills. Shadow Sanctuary is not bad. I could pick that up. I don't have Save Yourselves. I should absolutely have Save Yourselves. There we go. That was easy. I wish I could do something with that 500. But there's not a whole lot I can do with that 500, so we're not going to do anything with it. Right. Oh, you know what else I need to do? I need to go... we're not going to worry about it. Okay, I need a party. So who gets in this party? First of all, I'm going to need to go over to this. I don't remember anything about what stuff he has available here. Looks like his monk options are pretty good, though. This is a fairly mature one, so I'm not surprised. He has a BIP. So the question is, either of these the BIP? Neither of these are set up to BIP. Interesting. It's not far enough to have Livia. I could go grab Mirian. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Mercenary heroes, I think, have a thing in Kaineng. If I remember correctly. Yeah, there we go. Hayate. Hayate, give me access to... I know the sort of thing that I want to do with the slot, but I haven't figured out all of the details. Okay, so that gives me access to both Ciantier, this unmade Mercenary Hero 6, and Mirian. So technically for this, I should add a Prophecies Monk and a Prophecies Necromancer. Yeah, Prophecies Monk and Prophecies Necromancer. So I'll go ahead and add one booster each of these. Cool, another Shield of Regeneration. And Necromancer. Offering of Blood, that's nice. Let's see what new stuff showed up in that. Vengeance. Oh, finally got Orson of Healing. Isn't that nice? Balthazar's Spirit, Healing Touch, Pacifism, and a couple mostly inconsequential Necromancer skills. Of these, the most notable is probably Orison. Not a skill I tend to like to run, but certainly usable in some circumstances. Okay, so how are these monks set up? He's not. She's protection, healing. Okay, that's pretty standard. Let's grab Mirian. Yes, I know you have a bunch of unspent attribute points. Let's grab Ciantier, and I know you also have a bunch of unspent attribute points. Okay, so first things first, I need some staves. What a weird thing that is. Okay. And then let's get rid of these because I don't need them anymore. I maintain to this day that cool feature really needs a pop-up, separate pop-up window like unclaimed loot, so that way it can go in there instead of cluttering things up for you. Okay. Did I close the Shunlai chest? I need to keep that open. Yeah, there's Mitsunari. I need to go get some runes. I'll just withdraw some plat. Spend a bunch on skills. That's fine. I've got plenty of fun sitting around. Okay, so Mirian is probably going to be set up to be the Bipper on this guy. Let's start with Mirian. Some Bloodstain Insignia. And 1, 2, 4 Undertakers. Minor Death in case I want to do Death Magic. Minor Curses. Minor Soul Reaping. Superior Blood. How much are... okay, they're in the non-existent category, so that's nice. I'm going to pick up 1, 2, 5 Radiant Insignia for Ciantier. He's going to be Superior Divine Favor, so... Okay, let's go ahead and get him set up. The actual Ciantier has a Superior Vigor on his hands. Fun fact. A lot of times I put the Vigor runes on chest pieces. Mostly a habit. Kind of doesn't really matter where you put them, but if you're going to be swapping out individual armor pieces, it is worth noting that your most likely, like, or the cheapest pieces to get multiples of are like legs and helmets and stuff. Legs, arms, and helmets. So those tend to be the ones that you're going to want to swap around least. Or so chest is probably one that you're going to want to swap around least if you're kind of doing like multiple copies of stuff for that sort of purpose. I would want him to be smiting, so I think I might go ahead and get him set up too while I'm at it. Minor divine, minor prot, minor healing. I guess I could get him radiance. Actually, I'm gonna get him survivors. There, and get Ogden set up here. I do really like the rune and insignia system. Okay, now that I have that set up, I can go put together a team. What ritualist stuff do I have? That's another really good question. Okay, I have Splinter. I have Signet of Spirits. Spirit Bonds. Men, Body, and Soul, and Spirit Light. Okay, so I can do a fairly... Okay, let's grab Mirian. I know, Mirian. How is price set up? Okay, that's actually probably fine. Mirian will go Blood. Full Reaping. Oh, I needed to actually check to see if I have Signet of Lost Souls. Okay, I do have one copy that I can run. And I have Bip. Do I have Strip Enchantment? I do like Strip Enchantment. Yes, I do have one copy of Strip Enchantment I can be running. Let's grab that. Strip Enchantment I think is fine. It's a 20-second recharge and only removes from a single target. Chillblains I think is overpowered. Okay, so what else do I want to run here? I kind of feel like some sort of Elementalist could be fun. What do I even have access to here? Let's see, is Serenia set up as water? Serenia is not doing anything. She is set up to be water, though. Okay, let's go ahead and Water Attunement. How many copies of Remove Hex do I have? I usually like to run a couple. Okay, I have plenty. I can run a copy on her of Remove Hex. What do I have for Resurrects? I have a Renew Life and a couple of Restore Lives. Okay, I think I like Restore Life a little bit better. Renew Life has the same casting time and a shorter recharge, costs more energy. 5% health and 8. Like, this doesn't give as much... This gives less health. It gives way more energy. You know what? Let's go with my copy of Renew Life being on her. That seems kind of... I don't know. I feel like doing that. Okay, so I can go Water Trident. I like Rust. Rust Icy Prism, so let's do that combo. I'll go for Glowing Ice as well. I'm not quite sure what I want to run on her elite-wise. I could go Maelstrom Mind Freeze. I kind of feel like it. To be clear, I don't think that's necessarily amazing, but it's the Ice Imp thing, and I kind of feel like doing it. Sasuke is set up to be fire. Okay, cool. I want to, this might sound weird. Yeah, no, I can't run. Yeah, I'm going to run this weird split, I think. Okay, so I assume I have Fire Attunement. In here somewhere, yeah. Okay. Smoldering Embers is good. Let's drop Incendiary Bonds and Fireball. Keep Flare, Phoenix, and Firestorm. I feel like running multiple copies of Mind Freeze, so I'm going to just run another copy of Mind Freeze here. And I can put these remaining points in Healing Prayers for a copy of Restore Life. Because I have 2 of those. Yeah, so I'm going to give him Mind Freeze. I'm going to also give him Slippery Ground because I feel like it. Could run Steam, but he's not setting anything actually on fire, so. But I'm running high energy storage because I need him to have high maximum energy to make Mind Freeze work, so. I don't know. It just, I like the idea of that bar. So she gets to do something with a secondary. I don't feel like I want to go Ritualist Healing on her, though. I feel like I'd rather go... I think I want a Ranger. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I've got plenty of Ranger stuff, so let's grab, I don't know which one of these I want to use. I want to use Acolyte Jin. Let's drop Margaret, keep Jin. I'm gonna grab Santier and do some stuff with him. What do I have here? Okay, I'm probably going to go... a 10... Smiting, healing. Bring that to 12, and yeah, do this sort of split. I have multiple copies of Dwayna's Kiss. Yeah, so I'm gonna give him Dwayna's Kiss, Vigorous Spirit, Signet of Rejuvenation. I might give him Shield of Regen. How good is this Shield of Regen? Pretty good. Very expensive. Shield of Regen. Do I have... Yeah, I have plenty of copies of Guardian. Do I have Shielding Hands? I have Aegis. Let's grab Aegis. And might actually want to go... how many copies of Glyph of Lesser do I have? I enjoy this build crafting phrase. Oh, I have so many copies of Glyph of Lesser. I know I have a BIP, but sometimes a BIP is not able to keep up with your Shields of Regeneration spam or something, so... There's going to be a bunch of characters who need it, so... maybe I just go Shielding Hands in that last slot. I kind of want another heal, though. Or, actually, I probably should have Condition Removal. What Condition Removal do I have? Yeah, let's go with Mend Condition in that last spot. Roll like that. This seems like a perfectly acceptable bar. Except for I don't like Storm's Embrace. Is there another option that I have for that? I like her being Barrage. I could run her with some wilderness survival. I don't think I actually need this. I have antidote signet anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and give her antidote signet. I'm gonna pop these up because I want to be able to look at them. Okay, I have both restore lives and renew life, so I don't get any more of those. Do I want to go into another attribute line? I might just give her crossfire because I think crossfire is pretty decent. Let's see, and I've got splinter weapon there. I might. You know what? I kind of like the idea of running a dervish in this last slot. How is Milani set up? He has a scythe mastery. Good enough for me. I do want to go slash monk on her because I want to be a bit silly and run some protection prayer stuff. Right now my bar or my team is a little low on actual make health bars go up stuff. So that's something to keep in mind as well. I might do some of that. I might go slash writ and do some health bar. Health bars go up. Okay. So she doesn't need that. She doesn't need that. Heart of Fury is fine. Let's see. I might give her Heart of Holy... no. Balthazar's Rage. Rending Touch. Radiant Scythe. Chilling Victory. Do I have Crippling Victory? I should be right. Crippling Sweep and Crippling Victory are right next to each other, so no, that should be right in there. So I don't have those as options. I do have Victorious Sweep and Zealous Sweep. I think I'm gonna go with Zealous here. And then I want to give her Shield of Deflection. How are those skills affected by going down one in Mysticism? Slightly less damage and that's it. Cool. I actually want to go slightly further up in Protection Prayers. I'm going to give her Prot Spirit as well. There. Okay, cool. I'm going to go Restoration. I don't need to look at those anymore because I've gone through that process. Oh, wait, no, I still need that up because I still need to figure out what I'm doing with Mirian. Hang on. Mirian. I want something more offensive with her. So she gets to put 12 in something. I think probably I want to go Mesmer. What does she have? Yeah, I think I'm probably going to go into Domination. Yeah, okay, let's go Mesmer. Domination. Better Hex, I saw Power Spike in there. And Unnatural Signet. Here's Power Spike. Cry of Frustration is definitely good to have. And Empathy. There we go. There, that bar seems good for her. I think I'm gonna want to go with kind of a spear focus. Okay, there we go. Now we don't need that up now because I've figured out what I'm doing on everybody. Let's strip my bar and then figure out what I'm doing. Okay, I kind of want these. Probably not Spirit Light Weapon. I kind of want... See, I could go Energizing Chorus. Nothing to fear. Nothing to fear is pretty energy intensive. Let's go with Power is Yours. I feel like I'm lacking offense here. I could go Anthem of Flame. Hang on. See, those are serviceable at those values. I drop 2 from that, and that lets me get some Spear Mastery. That seems good. Because then I can go... Anthem of Flame doesn't seem super stellar here, but I can go Spear of Fury and let's see. I want more Javelin and Restoration Focus. This is just a really, really good attack. They'll help me use these guys for energy management. Swap that around. And man, a lot of these spear attacks are just kind of filler, aren't they? I'll just go with Holy Spear because it seems fine. There. A truly bizarre team build. Well, that was fun to put together. Let's go see it actually perform. Actually, I should set up another weapon set. I want my Zealous with my Restoration Focus. There we go. There, that lets me have more of an energy focused set. I need it. We'll see how things go. What is this one? Oh, I see. Let's actually go ahead and make this one my Anniversary Zealous Daggers that I'm probably not going to swap to, but is an option. Alright, we'll see how my Mind Freeze Fire Ellie does. Because who's missing a weapon? Oh, Prius. Okay. Let's just, because I'm right next to town, let's go ahead and just dip into town and get a weapon for him. Man, this stuff is all over the place. There. Bias. Hourglass stuff. There we go. And then the long, tedious process of clearing all this stuff out. Milani using a fine weapon, and Acolyte Jin is using a fine weapon. Okay. I wish you could just bring up something kind of like the PvP menu for outfitting heroes' weapons, where you can just kind of be like, hey, these are the things I've unlocked for PvP. Let's go ahead and give them to my... Or let's craft weapons for my heroes with this UI. But that's not how it goes, so... No run fasts. I'm feeling that one. So Emerald here is probably one of the people that I want to make into a mercenary hero. I'm actually going to do something weird. I'm going to move this over here. Whenever I'm doing healing stuff, it's just easier for me to have the party window over here. Oh, that's right. This area is terrible for adrenaline because it has all of the spirits of soothing everywhere. This is just, it keeps it, like, over here is just really out of sight, out of mind to some extent. So putting it over here just makes it a lot easier to see. Obviously, Milani having a vampiric weapon is maybe less than ideal, but... Icy Soulbreaker would actually probably be good for her because of extended enchantment duration. We're not going to worry about any of that, though. What exactly is she wielding? Yeah, it's a bit of a wonky one. Sandra's probably going to spend a lot of time signating her back up. Fallback and incoming makes it easier to work with vampiric stuff. You can come listen to these guys, or you can just pick up this thing, and then they get all upset. Much easier to start the fight that way. We're actually doing a really good job of keeping health bars up, so I don't know. My concerns about... we haven't had any real fights yet, though. My goodness, she is spamming a lot of stuff. Oh, I see part of the issue is Icy Prism and Mind Freeze are both. Yeah, I might drop Icy Prism off of her when I get to town. Because having both that and Mind Freeze is actually too much overcast. Shield Deflection is really good protection. I think one of the things that's really useful to remember is that if you have a one-handed weapon, you can use a focus for your offhand. And that's one of those things that's really easy to just not consider, but it is like a thing that you can do. I can bring up this map. It helps a little bit but it doesn't help that much because this area is quite fogged in. I think I need to go up this way. I know that general, like, major landmarks. I'm trying to find the bridge that I have to curl around underneath. And I have not done that yet. Hey, Salty Grease. Good to see ya. Things are going pretty well so far. Doing a skill booster league. I should update this. There, I should really update that. I finished Shards of Orr, so I shouldn't be telling people I'm doing Shards of Orr anymore. Finished my journey through there. Yeah, I think because I need to take time off to cast, I'm actually better off using the Furious Spear. Because the Zealous one always mitigates my energy regen, regardless of how much I may be doing stuff. Yeah, they can get her taken care of just fine. It was like, health bars go up is a weird thing for this team comp. But see, this is one of the things that I like about Paragons is you can actually do a pretty good job of like just giving them some random caster stuff. I do wish that they had a ranged attack or two in leadership that they could use with wands or staves. I think that would do a lot to make you feel like you had more options with Paragon. Just like some sort of useful adrenaline attack there. I don't know what it would look like, but... let's take the northern route. There's basically, I need to get over here-ish, and there's two ways there. There's a southern route and there's a northern route, and it doesn't really matter which one you take. They both kind of have their own little ups and downs and stuff. You get a lot of defense when you get both Shield of Regen and Shield of Deflection on you. Hope you're doing well today, Salty Grease. That's good to hear. I wonder how this mission's gonna go. Cool, cool. Got some build from a friend. Ooh, neat. Yeah. Custom craft stuff is neat that way. I missed my turn? I don't think so. I think I can just walk up over here. And the answer is I can. Fantastic. Go down over here. One of those spots where the map trolls you. Yeah, there's like an overhang there where you can see where you can go, but you can't actually go there. I wonder if I can avoid fighting these Naga. The answer is no. It's weird. Motivation actually has more, like, adrenal skills you can use than, like, for adrenaline, like, lower adrenaline cost skills, shouts and chants, than command. Hmm. There we go. This is a weird skill in that it just reads all allies with an earshot gain 1 energy. And this triggers finales and refrains. This triggers echoes. Kind of how it actually works. I also feel like I would be better off with a different one than Energizing Course. I feel like I'm having a hard time. Maybe not too hard of a time. People have been talking a lot about the Jade Sea lately, thanks to recent trailers on the Guild Wars 2 front. So that's a thing that's been going on. Did I not actually use Energizing Course there when I meant to? May not have. Okay. I know you don't exactly expect a Kurzik to come along and deliver your thing eggs, but that's just how it goes, you know? Okay, Andre, give me my quest reward. And I need to go change something with Serenia because she does not need Icy Prism's energy burden. Or Overcast burden. Deep Freeze is probably a bit much. I could give her Blurred Vision. That's not a bad idea. Not damage, though. So I kind of would prefer damage. I have Ice Spikes. Let's go with Ice Spikes instead of Ice Prism. Ice Prism is definitely a stronger skill. But I want to keep Mind Freeze. Freezing things, so here we are. Were there any other tweaks that I wanted to make to things before going in here? I don't feel like the answer... I feel like the answer is I'm good where I'm at, but... I could see replacing Energizing Course with, Lyric of Zeal? How many signets do I have in my party? 1, 2, There's no sickness in Elementalist. 3, 4? I don't feel like that's quite worth it. There's also Course of Restoration, but that would literally be only a skill that I could trigger for myself right now. I think Energizing Course is fine. If I can time it up to work with There's Nothing to Fear, that's great. Otherwise, it still gives me 6 energy. And that's good too. Yeah. We'll roll with that plan. I could potentially drop Signet of Return for Anthem of Flame. Anthem of Flame synergizes really well with Energizing Course as well. That would work. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Hopefully I don't need the Resurrection skill. And that the reses on these 3 are sufficient. Well, I could regret the choice I just made, but we'll find out. Do I need to clear anything in my inventory? Probably wouldn't hurt. I don't think I need to a lot, but... let's see. I should be Luxon now, yeah. Let's put crafting materials away, and then go sell this other thing. Demetrius. Have this pronged rod. Intermission. We'll see how this goes. I'm going to just try it straight down the middle first. It could go really poorly. If it does, I might do some swapping of characters. I could see dropping Acolyte Sasuke, for example, who is... We're going to be generous and call him Peculiar. For a Minion Master. Notably. I kind of like where Melania's at with her bar, but... An Acolyte Jin. I can easily see wanting to do some sort of swap like the one I just mentioned. We'll see. Where the heart knows no danger, then no danger to you exists. I don't think that's how that works, but... Petrus, can you give me... Yeah, give me a thing. I'll probably regret not having a move speed buff here, like a fallback or incoming, or both. So we're just gonna waddle along. Gives plenty of time for Santier Signet of Rejuvenation, Milani. Okay, well, that's not a promising start. I need to move the thing to be on top of the turtles. Because the problem is the smoke canister being over there means that it's not... Like, I want it in position to protect the small turtles from warriors. This could be a load-bearing enemy, i.e. they spawn another enemy, but I kind of doubt it. How did I do in... Yeah, Eternal Grove, I did okay, but... She's apparently spamming a lot of Mind Freeze. Because you're not going to get that much off of just Maelstrom. Maelstrom gives you 10, but you lose 1 every 3 seconds. So 30-second recharge means it'll completely clear out by the time you finish recharging your skill and can cast it again. So this area can be a bit tricky. Next one. Part of what happens is there's a area where a bunch of rangers like to hang out on a hill. That can be, yeah, quite nasty. Well, we lost another young turtle. I tried, but I can only do so much. It's where I actually wish I had some protection spells. I don't. Okay, I need to get some attacks in. I need the energy. Did we survive? Looks like we might have survived. Yep. Turtle Clan, move out. Good. Well, it wasn't a perfect victory. This team is not like the best team comp or anything, and there's definitely more ideal things that you could do for this particular mission. But, you know, if we're surviving, that's good enough for me. My goal is just to complete the mission, at least at this point. This does net me 1 energy when I use it, so... have a weird 4 attribute bar. The spot might be a little challenging as well. We'll see. I put this kind of in between those two. Here they come. This is where you really want your various defenses to work well. There's a lot of focus here between looking at my party and trying to pay attention to where enemies are and what I need to prioritize. This is weirdly almost kind of like a sea space monk, which is a weird sounding phrase in and of itself. But when you play a healer lead, you do find yourself needing to see space a lot just to get your allies doing stuff. So see space is select nearest enemy and then attack, by the way. That wasn't necessarily clear. What's particularly challenging with this is I have to sort of balance my energy needs. Another young turtle down, which is not ideal. All we need to do is have one, so that's kind of what my goal is, but then the slow trundle along. The next location is over here in this area. We're getting close towards the end of this. It's going to be down on the Kurzik territory side of things, it looks like. Like, once we get to the final area, it tends to be a lot easier, and once it's the time for the Afflicted, it's trivial. Let's go ahead and put this on her. These elementalists are a pain. Yeah, I want to try to keep these siege turtles alive through this part. What is getting you? This ranger. That makes sense. I feel like this wave is bigger than this. Isn't it? Yeah, I know the siege thing's right there. Yeah, here comes the next wave. These elementalists are kind of nasty. Let me actually pull back over into here a little bit. I want to try to make sure we're... Holy moly. Well, we're down to one turtle. I think we have a ranger somewhere. Like, as long as we can get through the last area, it doesn't matter. I'm not looking for masters here. An MM helps considerably on this mission. I just didn't feel like changing team builds that much. But maybe I should have. Maybe I should have. Okay, we are coming towards the last location, so as long as we can keep this last young turtle alive, we should be fine. Obviously, that's how this mission works. I don't know why I'm saying that, but here we are. I'm not sure how I feel about Holy Spear. I do have Heroic Refrain on this character. Heroic Refrain, though, is an annoying skill to play with. And one of those skills that I think is extremely badly designed because it's extremely good but extremely tedious, and you don't want the good things to be tedious. In general, you'd prefer not to have tedious things in your game. It's kind of hard to avoid that to a certain degree, but you certainly want to try to avoid making the good skills tedious to use. Heroic Refrain would be a lot more usable of a skill if it just applied to all of your party, like, instantly. Like if you use Heroic Refrain, it's just like your party gets plus X attributes for N duration, then you wouldn't have to spend all the time doing setup and stuff, and that would make it a lot more playable. In terms of not in terms of like a lot less tedious to play with. Not more playable in terms of good, a lot more playable in terms of not making you want to pull your hair out dealing with it. I like the 15th anniversary skills. Them getting added to the game and stuff was super cool. All of them have various design issues. Hey, Mana Guy. Good to see you. I don't know if that wave was on camera or not. But I know there's a Juggernaut over here, and I want to do something about it. Young turtle. Let me grab this money. Hope you're doing well today, mana guy. Well. Don't like what's going on there. Thank you very much for the subscription. I really appreciate that a lot. I would wave, but my hands are preoccupied playing the game. Okay, I need to stop standing here. I need to start attacking enemies because dead enemies will stop killing us. Which will make my job as some sort of pseudo healer a lot easier. Okay, please tell me I still have somebody with a res alive. I'm getting absolutely hammered. The answer is yes. Acolyte Jin. Holy moly. I tried. I tried to heal him. I feel like we're surviving by spitting bubblegum right now, and that doesn't even make sense as a phrase. But you know what I mean. Like, we're barely hanging on. No, Milani, stay alive. Good. Please tell me that was Price getting some spirits up. Give me the smoke canister. Charge! Have that, you fiends. Gotta build my energy back up. I don't think it's a new camera angle unless I bumped my screen a little bit. Okay, so it turns out the high-tech tactic of sit the smoke canister in their backline was really effective. Yeah, it has been a little bit. I did have the camera down at a lower position, which is better for when I'm looking down, but is really inconvenient because the spot where I stick it, you can't see me put my hand there. The spot where I stick it is on top of a kind of more of a tablet, and it partially blocks the bottom of my screen, making it hard to see some of the stuff in kind of this area. So I feel this is an angle that I had for quite a while, and then I switched to that lower one, and I switched back to this one. But it might be framed slightly differently because I adjusted the art on my wall. I repositioned some pieces. So that way now the yes, we have a bunch of young turtles. They're gonna go die because they're trying to path to things, as I said earlier. But I have a bunch of art on my walls that I rearranged because I felt that the previous arrangement was having issues. In particular, it's over there on the wall now. Some glass. They're both over there on the wall over there. But they have glass over them, and that was causing a lot of glare at times, which I did not like. So I repositioned art, and so that meant that with some of that repositioning, I decided to try to frame the piece that's directly behind me, which my sister painted, for anybody who's curious. I should be healing my team. Let's not get too far out. Yeah, this is the one that we care about, the one at the bottom. The other ones are where the cutscene respawned previous ones and are immaterial to the success of the mission. Okay, there's too much mind burn going on. Where's this elementalist? Okay, cool. Victory is mine. Huzzah. Yes, I accept my carapace. Thank you. Or whatever that was. I go ahead and grab the quest from Petrus. This is the quest to go forward in Waking Waters, but now I filled in this book. I want to do Journey to the Whirlpool. Actually, sorry, I accidentally hit the wrong skills and flipped my camera. It would give me a skill point, which would be nice for this character to get more of. Apparently, he needs more. Boy, I just got through that by the skin of my teeth. That did not go smoothly. The bigger thing is would get that on my map. I think we might be good to go. Forward and go do that. Yeah, sure. Let's go. Silent Surf. Let's take Master Togo down that way. It's pretty early. Either you're up really late or you're up really early, aren't you, Mana Guy? I'm not quite sure where this is on your time zone. Actually, this might be like 11 a.m. or noon. Or no, 11 p.m. to midnight. Maybe. I don't know. I don't 100% have time zones memorized for my viewers. It is 1:41 a.m. Okay, you are here late. Well, I definitely appreciate you being able to show up. I'm going to go ahead and move this over here. I like being able to... Again, I like having this more in line of sight. Oh, interesting. So your sleep schedule is a little wonky right now, is what you're saying. I have been there. My sleep schedule's been pretty bonkers as of late. I would like to not be standing in Rays of Judgment, please. Just need to get Master Togo safely to the Whirlpool. This is the priority target here. It's going to start flesh my flashing. Pretty soon, I suspect. If we don't take it down, and we did. One thing that's really annoying about these Journey 2 quests is that you can't interrupt them. Like, there's, both of them have zones sort of in the middle along the way. So this direction has... Oh. What is this zone called? Whatever that zone is called that I'm not remembering at the moment. But that's right there. But you can't stop by it. Seafarer's Rest, that's it. But you can't stop by it because it would interrupt the quest, and you'd have to go all the way back to the top and come back down. And you have a similar issue with, on the other side, Morstov Trail. You have to go over here and skip Durheim Archives, I think it is, right over here. That would be really nice to pick up along the way, but if you do, then you reset the quest and have to kind of go all over again, which is, as I indicated, not desirable. Hello, Invader32 and Raiders, welcome. I am currently doing this quest, going to hand in a book. Skill Booster Leagues are probably a thing that you're wondering what they are. So the idea is kind of similar to... I based it off a Magic the Gathering Booster League. It's a similar sort of concept. I think you could probably do them with mini trading card games. But the core concept here... Hang on, there's a spirit. Is that the as you go through the game, you get access to more skills, and you have certain numbers of copies of skills that you can use across your party. So that's the basic premise. It's using this third-party program that I made, and so you can make different sets, select the sets that you're doing. I know this is a little bit small, and then you can add boosters. And so I normally add boosters when I get a new hero. I'll add a booster for where that hero is from and their specific profession. So, for example, a Prophecies monk, if I got a monk from Prophecies. And then I also, when I do certain things, so usually once I get to getting to a new world region, I will add them for Eye of the North, because Eye of the North does things a little bit differently. It was when I get a monumental tapestry turned in, I just get a random selection of skills. So that's kind of the short version. If anybody has any questions about Skill Booster Leagues, I am happy to answer them. Although I might be a little distracted by trying to help keep my party alive. And there's another video that I made to explain how that tool works and what other features it has, because it has a bunch of different things that it can do that you are very welcome to check out if you're interested and like Buildcraft in this game and want some way of doing build challenges. That's what I made it for, and I like to think it does a pretty good job at it. All right, where do I need to go? That way. Okay. This is kind of an awkward spot to navigate through just because the large waves create some walls to get around. Yeah, exactly. Place to download video overview there. Are there any elites that I'm going to want to capture in this area? I'm not going to worry about that right now. I think I have like 4 signets of capture. You know what? I'm going to fight these salt spray dragons because that sounds better to me than the whole group of enemies. No. Well, never mind. We're fighting the whole group of enemies. They've decided otherwise for me. I hope you were having a good stream. Time for too many dialogues. What do Kurzik baubles salvage into? That's not very good. Okay, I'm not going to salvage those. I will salvage this staff. Yeah, that's a lot of wood. I think ivory bows can salvage into bone, now that I think about it. Nope, got wood out of that one. I think they can salvage into bone. Vanguards. I don't think that's worth anything. Undertakers has some value. I like Undertakers on a BIP in particular, and I suspect I'm not alone in that. Ooh, minor critical strikes. Huh. That would be good for a hero, probably. Not sure what heroes I have on this character. I'd want to use that on, but okay. Let's get this turned in. Elder Oxus over here. And then let's get this book turned in, because this is full now. To the bard up this way. I'm going to be giving it... I typically play Kurzik, but I would like to get my Luxon title up to rank 6, so that way I can use the Luxon version of the faction skills without any detriment. Because right now, I can use the Kurzik ones at full strength, but if I were to use the Luxon versions, I would be using them at 1 rank below. So I'd like to get it up to where I'm getting max effectiveness from them. So I need to talk to Anja over here. Unless it's supposed to be a Y pronounced J. Yes, I would like to turn this in. 40,000 points is not that much, but it's not nothing. Huh. And a nice even 1.1 million. Okay, at this point I find myself at a bit of a crossroads. My Flameseeker's Prophecies is, as you can see, missing most of Kryta and the Maguuma jungle. So I can go fill that in, which I'm inclined to do. I'm gonna grab that over there. Let's actually go ahead and pull the Undertaker rune out, because this guy has a superior salvage kit because he has so many things that give him stuff. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna go ahead and leave my party. And I'd kind of like to fill in this copy of Flameseeker Prophecies and get it turned in as well. So to that end, I think I'm going to head over to Divinity Coast. Yeah, because I just made my way through all this area. I'm going to go ahead and head to Divinity Coast and complete these missions. These are going to be areas where I kind of just want a bunch of elementalists and a healing monk, which I believe is Donkoro. Okay. I'm probably going to run something slightly different myself as well. I'm probably going to be... Yeah, let's run... I'm just going to change my secondary real quick just to deallocate those attribute points really quickly. I actually want... Which is this one? This is just some random nonsense. Okay, yeah, I get you. Go ahead and run Superior Command here. I want to get up to 14 commands, because 14 command is the point at which incoming and fallback have 10-second durations. So this will allow me to be able to speed us along. I'll bring There's Nothing to Fear. That seems a bit redundant, but... and then... We Shall Return, in case we need that as a res. Do I bring Blazing Spear here? Probably. Blazing Spear is probably not going to be great. just because stuff is probably going to die a little bit more quickly than... Just grab Spear of Redemption. Okay. This is where I need to go over to this guy and figure out exactly what I'm doing with these. Acolyte Sasuke is not going to do this nonsense. I'm just going to do fire magic on him, just straight up. I'm bringing a bunch of elementalists just because this is going to be an area where enemies are low leveled, so I get bonus damage against them effectively. What elites do I have for fire, and what do I want to bring? I could bring Mindburn. Mindburn is good times. Let's go ahead and slot in Mindburn. Mindburn is arguably the strongest of the burn skills, but it depends upon your situation. There's a lot of stuff that's situational like that in this game. You know, I think I might slot in Glowing Gaze as well. I see that I have that here. Yeah, and then Flare and Firestorm. Okay, that seems good to me. What is Zed set up to be? Okay, so this is not exactly what I want to run on him. I don't mind dual attuning. Do I not have Earth Attunement? I may not have Earth Attunement in my booster league here. No, I have it. It's right there. It may have been a recent acquisition. I have Deathpack Signet, really? That's useful. Oh, I have 3 copies of Deathpack. Deathpack Signet is one of those skills that's a little bit risky, so I don't necessarily always want to run it. Dual Attune. Ebonhawk, Glowstone. Glowstone actually is not going to really matter. I have Stoning. The big reason why... Because if I'm dual attuning, it becomes a lot less useful. To run Glowstone. I might keep Glowstone anyway. Just in case of, like, Chillblains or something, and because I don't have a whole lot of options. I think I might bring Ash Blast, actually, because it is an AoE attack. And things will be on fire. So that makes it kind of work. A Magnetic Aura is not going to be good here. I'm not doing any Overcast stuff, so that makes it a not good skill. I think I might just go with Churning Earth, or no, let's put Eruption in that last slot. I get Eruptioned enough. Might as well have the enemies get Eruptioned. Vec? Okay, no. Normally I set Vec up to be an air Ellie. Obviously I haven't done that with him yet. I'm just going to pop to my guild hall and get some runes for him. Also, it wouldn't hurt to drop some of this stuff off. Let's see. Dust, I'm keeping the tanned hide. I don't need the wood, so I'm not going to keep the wood. I don't think Vanguard's Kurzik. Or I don't think Vanguard is worth anything. Minor crit. Yeah, it is a shame they don't use Earthquake well. I agree. It's a shame Earthquake has a 3-second cast time too, but that's a different matter. Yeah, Blighters is not worth anything. Undertaker's has some value because I just bought some, so I know that. Minor critical strikes. Okay, that one has good value. I think I want to save that for a hero though. I have Zenmai. She's kind of set up. She's using, it looks like a major aggro mastery and major critical strikes. Okay, so I'm going to save that for Miku or Anton. Okay, so I don't need to worry about Vanguard, though. Yeah, that's not worth anything. I didn't think it would be. Okay, so I think the rest of this stuff is stuff I'm going to merchant off then. That seems good. Let's go ahead and purchase myself. I also want some Pyromancer insignia for him, probably. Do you have any? Okay, he has nothing. Okay. 2, 3, 5. Minor energy storage. Fire, earth, water. I'm actually going to spend a little bit of time here. Because I noticed not all of my elementalists have all of the miners for all of the other elements, so I would kind of like to get them set up with those. I pick Pyromancer's insignia for them because I want them to have some insignia. Radiance is technically an option as well, but they're elementalists. I don't necessarily need more maximum energy. The big thing is I feel like it's most useful to have anti... Okay, so she needs air, earth, and fire. Air, earth, and fire. I feel like it's most useful to have pyromancers just because I feel like most of the time it's going to be... let's see, what is Zed missing? Okay, air, fire, and water. Fire AoE tends to be the biggest issue. So if I'm just going to be putting one on, I feel like that one's probably the best one. Yes. Apparently I put Survivor on him. Yeah, apparently he has Survivor. And Sasuke needs air and earth. And he's got a bunch of Pyromancer stuff already, it looks like. Okay. This will allow me to do attributes the way I want, so that's good. I can get rid of that screen and sell these things off and then leave here. Cool. Now that I have that done, we can go back to working on bars. So I just yes, I was working on vac. Let's pull these things off. I probably want to go /monk for another restore life here. Okay, yes. I think I'm going to slot another copy of Remove Hex onto him as well. Air Attunement. Chain Lightning. I don't know what elite I want. I could go with Evoke Lightning or Lightning Surge. I might go and Chain and Invoke. Then Arc. Lightning Strike. Here's Lightning Strike. And Tonight's Wind would actually be good. Again, I'm expecting foes to be on fire a lot thanks to the power of Mind Burn, setting things on fire for 11 seconds. Serenia, I could leave for bar. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm probably going to go Water Trident on her, actually. And then Icy Prism, I want that back. I like that one. I might give her Steam. Yeah. That seems good. All right. What's going on, Dunkoro? You are set up to be protection prayers. That is not normally what I do with you. I must have made Talcora healing. Yeah, looks like Talcora is healing. Glyph of Lesser Energy makes sense for energy management here. Glimmer of Light. Why do you have random points in protection prayers? I don't think she needs a copy of Remove Hex, so... Well, I'm going to give her Amend Ailments. This is a good way of helping out with conditions. The benefit of Amend Ailment is the 5-second... It can target herself, and the 5-second recharge means that she can't spam it, so she'll spend more time healing people. Which seems quite useful to me. Yeah, I like Glimmer here. I don't... Healing Seed probably is pretty useful, but I want Healing Breeze. Probably is fine. Okay, let's go ahead and call this a good setup for what I'm expecting here. We are a bit vulnerable to conditions. That's worth considering. I should put on my command shield. There we go. Yeah, this will work. Okay. Let's go on our mission. So yeah, I expect conditions might be a little bit of a problem, but most conditions aren't going to be a huge deal to this team. Alright, this is the Eye of Janthir one. I'll do my best to try to get the bonus here, but it can be a little annoying. Yeah, a lot of stuff is just going to die pretty quick because it's expecting level 13s or something to be doing this, not level 20s. Well, that's a lot of hexes. Good thing we have some hex removal. Go for the Eyes is purely energy management for me. It does mean that I can get some additional crits, but our crit rate against enemies with this much level disparity is going to be pretty high in the first place, so it doesn't really matter that much. I don't think Talcora is going to be particularly challenged to heal or anything here either. I do prefer the incoming fallback to be a task that a hero does, by the way, rather than one that I do. Not because I don't like maintaining them, although that's a little annoying, but actually because they drag behind me, it's easy for them to fall out of earshot range. So it's much like right there. You saw somebody reapply their attunement. Zed reapplied his attunements and got pulled behind, and that makes them come out of the range of fallback and incoming very easily. So if you have it on a hero, they're going to stay back with the rest of the party, and so you're going to more easily keep everybody in the same like fallback incoming charge chain if it's heroes that are doing it as opposed to a player doing it. It's one of those like subtle positional element things that I find makes a big difference. That's really easy to not notice. So I kind of mention it because of that. I'm not going to necessarily worry about trying to do all of the Masters stuff here. Some of them are pretty tedious. Yeah, minions are also slow on heroes especially. Because they'll stand around raising minions, and then you're trying to move on, but they're busy raising minions. My favorite trivia about this is that they had a like positional thing for changing the music that they use exactly here. This is the only spot that it's used because apparently it was a giant pain in the rear end to actually set up to work properly. So that was a fun bit of trivia from, I want to say, Matthew Medina? I'm not quite sure how to pronounce his last name, actually. During some stuff where he's talking about things. That was an issue. Now see what's happened is somebody got caught up on the stairs, and now they're lagging way behind. They'll be able to catch up here, but... I have Janthier. I wonder what qualifies somebody to be chosen. Like, how does that happen? Because it's kind of a more special status, as it were. I think there's, what, 5 chosen? Is that right? They get added to your allies list, so, like, for the longest time, I thought you had to, like, try to find them, and that's not true. They actually do get added to your allies list, so... you know what might have been good, actually, is to give Talcora a party heal. If I have access to Divine Healing or something. I mean, I kind of have a delayed party heal in the form of... There's Nothing to Fear, which does heal for 60 health when it ends, but... I am a Sunspear Castellan. I could get to Sunspear, but that would require me going in hard mode. But yeah, for a long time I thought you had to, like, try to identify each individual guy, and I didn't realize that they get added to your ally list and stuff. Interrupting my attacks to do stuff. I also think I might have thought they were partially randomized. I accidentally hit We Shall Return and spent all of my energy. Whoops. Trying to reach for incoming and hit 25 energy, We Shall Return. I recommend not doing that. Because there's all the pings here, right? But there's a villager that we need to go save. They do have Healing Signet, so that gives them some additional durability. Ooh, well, that was a nice feather drop. Let's see, I think that there's one down this way if I remember correctly. Yes. This one can be quite challenging, actually. We do need to keep all of our villagers alive. This guy is being particularly walloped. This becomes a lot harder in hard mode, incidentally. Although you can use some compass shenanigans to help. This guy really could have stood to not get caught up on this. Riposte doesn't do much here. So I will try to do a full rescue, but they can sometimes be a little finicky. Oh, for crying out loud, I need to go actually get that guy. Is he stuck on some geography? That water is empty now. Finished off the last sip of it. There we go. I really wish they had done more to make these areas open. Come on. You can follow us. Okay, who's not? Okay, I need to go actually talk to this guy. This guy can be a little finicky too. This is the biggest issue with these guys, aside from them standing in places where they get themselves killed, is that sometimes they're not very good about actually following you. None of the merchants are, by the way, are people that we need to rescue, so just... You think that they are, at least I did, ages ago. Wow, that guy was so impressive he had 2 scalps somehow. I don't know biologically how that happened, but I'll take the loot. Okay, so none of those merchants matter. Hang on. We're only rescuing villagers, not merchants. And the next one's down this way, if I remember correctly. Again, you can do stuff where you're flagging your heroes off compass to be able to try to keep them safe. You kind of need to do that in hard mode, but... Yep, ma'am, who's laughing now? You get all distracted by these merchants who are in dire straits and just are not the important ones. At least that's been my issue with this anyway. Yeah, because there's one more there with a yellow ping. That's the one we need to worry about. We save some of these merchants, fine, but... Ooh, 6 feathers. Very nice. Is that the way? Yeah, I think that's the path we need to go forward. Does this guy actually say anything? He said he's very wealthy. Don't expect a reward. Wow, okay. That guy's just going to have a bad day. I want to finish this mission. But yeah, this was one that, like, for a long time I had a hard time figuring out how to do the bonus because I didn't realize how much information there was about doing the bonus. And it felt very like, who do I actually need to rescue? And all sorts of stuff. And I assumed it was people on the path getting attacked by Tengu, but it wasn't. It was a lot of people off the path. Some of which are getting attacked by Tengu, as you saw. But some of which are not. His eye bobbing in the screen is kind of annoying. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more. Ooh, this could be a major vigor. Will it? Probably not, but could it be? It could. I've got bad news for your minions. I have Holy Spear. Does anybody else remember when incoming halved all the damage that your party would take for like 8 seconds or something? And then it turns out a really good strategy was to just bring like enough to get 100% uptime. It's where they got nothing to fear from, by the by. is it was a fixed version of incoming, kinda. Turns out that was real good. Alright, give me these robes. Get me unstuck from this. Okay, geography? I don't know. Both. That bridge was finicky. Yeah, I'm not going to do the Bloodstone Fen bonus. That's so tedious, that one. Zamil Dirge. Ooh, I got a terrible gold Warhammer. Terrible because it's not max. Okay. I'm going to wait for everybody to kind of collect over here and talk to Mina. And there's the bonus. My party shares 500 gold. I think the amount that you get from this differs depending upon some criteria and stuff. You deliver to us the chosen without letting any of them fall. As a token of appreciation, please. I don't know how they know how many chosen they're supposed to be, but I guess just don't worry about that technicality. Okay, now we're in Druid's Overlook because the chosen got captured by the Shining Blade. Any good mods on this? Icy. And a good Fortitude. Maybe there's going to be some reason to hang on to that. Stupid Banana Scythe. The Banana Scythe is just so not useful. It's kind of annoying to have as a quest reward. Okay, let's salvage these scalps for feathers. Which is kind of a weird thing to actually say when you think about it. Anything else of note? This ram's hammer probably contains iron. Wouldn't expect anything good from these. I'll ID them because that'll make their value go up a little bit, but probably not enough to have been worth it. This is a cool spot for a statue of Dwayna, in my opinion. Those were the exile. Why are you in exile? A lot of these guys just give you, like, some armor. Envoy Arrow here should absolutely be a quest. Like, she should be giving you... Or, like, you should... Okay, let me back up. There should be a quest in Henge of Dinaravi to go talk to Envoy Arrow and be like, hey, we're supposed to be receiving this message. We haven't gotten it yet. Can you go check out what's going on? And talk to Envoy Arrow. The initiating quest should be in Henge of Dinaravi, in my opinion, not just off of her here. Henge of Dinaravi is short on quests, and this quest makes absolutely no sense in the timeline. Be getting right here. Because it's that quest is after you've joined the Shining Blade. And at the point that we just arrive here, we're still part of the mantle. So it is weirdly positioned. I don't think Major Blood is worth anything. But I'm going to stick it down here to not sell. Just because. I don't think I need... Eye for Profit. Antidote Signet. Oh, I am / Ranger. But if I don't have Antidote Signet already, I would be shocked. I know when I ended up / Ranger. Brother's Fury is the main quest. We'll do that. And sell these things. Time for the wilds now. I could get another skill off of this one. Storm Chaser. Meh. Storm Chaser's not a bad skill. It's just not worth going particularly out of my way for at the moment. On that, if I don't have it already. I think I'm going to try to just ignore most of these enemies here. I might, but I don't. Apparently my heroes aren't going to. House Ranger Rhino. Report back. We should be pressing forward. He's very aggressive. If you didn't pick up on that. We're probably going to be dealing with a lot of pin down and apply poison stuff in here. I'm not too worried about these guys. It turns out the degen from Conjure Phantasm... Oh, there's Saedra, by the way. It turns out the degen from Conjure Phantasm easily overcome by incoming and fallback. In fact, I can actually catch up with the Chosen Villagers here due to my run speed buffs, so that's kind of fun. All right. Let's see what sort of wacky stuff... Oh, this is the one that gives me the really cool bow. I like this bow. So this bow is poisonous, but it also reduces poison duration on you by 20%, which is not a mod you can normally get in a bow. It's obviously inferior because you want an increased attack damage mod usually in your weapons, but I think this is a really cool flat bow, and I quite like it, and I'm fond of it. It's also not max. It's max for bow is like 15 to 28, and this is obviously not that, but this is also a wonky one. It's a Sundering Dark Cesta with really, really, really bad mods. Half skill recharge of spells and half cast time spells max at 10%, and these are 5. But does have an additional Sundering on it, which is kind of neat. I'm not going to keep these, but I do really like this Poisonous Longbow, so I just make note of it. They sell... That longbow's selling pretty well, actually. All right. Again, I like those weapons. One of the other things, too, is by giving you those weapons, some of them could theoretically be useful on a character as you're playing through the game, and the ones that aren't, you can just sell for more money. So it's kind of a hidden gold reward. Like, I just got around 200 gold from those, which is wasn't on the quest as the reward for the quest, but absolutely was, like, a part of the quest reward structure. So it's kind of a hidden reward in that regard. I wonder why they didn't make damage received -2 while under the effects of a shout or chant as a inscription effect. That seems like something they would have had. Let's see. The bonus here is doing this stuff with the centaurs. I think I might do it just that way I have it done. It's very tedious, in my opinion, but because you have to haul this seed around, and so part of me just kind of wants to do it to get it done. Alas, it is 5:30 p.m. and dark outside. You would think it was midnight. 'Cause that's how the weather works here, or the seasons work here, I guess. I think I want to go this way for it. It's been a little bit since I've been in here doing the bonus, so... What's interesting is that it uses a mechanic that's not properly taught to you until the next mission. So... I think that's interesting anyway. I just had an idea. Sometimes while you're doing stuff, you get ideas. What's it called? Hang on, I want to look at something. Yeah. There we go. Idea recorded. Inspiration struck. I want to capture it on a piece of paper. I have a bunch of old business cards that I use for writing notes on because what else am I going to do with them? They have incorrect information on them from when I lived in a different place and stuff. So, I don't have good business use for them. I think if I remember correctly, I had kind of gotten... They're not particularly attractive either. I'd kind of rush put them together, I think, leading up... Was it? I went to a GDC in Texas in, like, 2008. On the back of having won a contest for writing about a game narrative. Incidentally, the Prophecies one. And I got to meet some people from Marina, including Bobby Stein there, which was really cool. But that was many years ago. I think I might have made them for that, rather. But I'm not remembering if it was for that or for something else. But I got a bunch of them, so they're just nice little note cards at this point, because the back is blank. So they make nice little note cards for writing notes and stuff. I'm intentionally being a little cautious here. I do need to eventually kill these two centaurs, but I need them to trigger their dialogue first. The leaders of the two strongest centaur tribes on the verge of... Yes, the rumors about the alliance against the humans are true. Indeed, the negotiations begin today. Good. It is about time the Centaurs took a united stand against the humans. You know, this kind of makes me think about something that I'd really like is a game... I mean, Mountain Blade, I think, works kind of more like this. But where rather than having a very specific story, you have kind of more of a procedurally generated world. Kind of like a 4X game that's being played at a high level. So like Civilization or something. Maybe a little bit more like an RTS. There's different ways of conceiving of this, but the point is having some sort of structure where there's a living world around you, and rather than having a handcrafted story that you're playing through, which, to be fair, I think is an excellent way of doing a game. I think that there's a lot of really cool stories you can tell when you're intentionally doing so. But rather than doing that, having it be where the game world kind of drives itself, as it were, and you're just trying to do stuff in it. And like I said, I think that's how Mountain Blade works. But having an RPG sort of game that works in that sort of scenario where the goal isn't necessarily to win, it's just to do stuff in the world, I think would be really, really cool. That's something that I might try to make someday, but I would need people to do that with, because that's a bit for one person. A bit much is what I mean, to be clear. But perhaps someday in the future. I don't know what the future holds, but we will find out one day at a time. But I'm very interested in making procedurally generated games, because a lot of the stuff that I'm less interested in doing is bulk content creation. And procedural generation is a way of turning that into a programming problem. So it is of particular interest to me personally. Plus, the other thing that's a real bummer about being a game designer is you kind of know what happens in your game and how it works and stuff. So it results in you not being able to have sort of the experience of a player exactly, because you already know everything because you put it there. And having the game, like procedural generation stuff, like you kind of know the parameters of what's able to be made, but you don't actually know what the game is that you're playing exactly, because it like isn't yet, if that makes sense. Like it isn't like the game makes itself to a degree, and that also has a lot of appeal to me. Like, as much as I enjoy playtesting my RPG, and I do, it doesn't have surprises for me, except for like things sometimes it can have things I didn't quite expect, or like I'll figure out, oh, these are ways that I can use skills and combinations and whatnot, and that's really cool. But like, there's no secrets to uncover, and like, it's hard to anticipate stuff when there's no, you know what I mean? It's a different sort of experience. And while making a procedurally generated game still means that you know all of the like component parts, it can surprise you with how it sticks those parts together to an extent, or like what those combinations actually function like, or whatever. In a way, like, you don't know where everything is, basically, is what it comes down to. And the more like combinations, the more like unknownness there is, and that has a lot of appeal to me as a game maker who wants to be able to enjoy the games that I make the way I enjoy games that other people make. But there's also just like making a game like Guild Wars that has so much replay value, so much continuous play value, is something that really appeals to me. And I think procedural generation is a good way of being able to kind of have extensible amounts of content without having to like make all of that, because it's a lot. Get this Maguuma protector out of here. Get this Maguuma protector out of here. There were 2 Maguuma protectors. I'm not... I mean, I am here to take out the centaurs, but not exactly what I was trying to do. Some trolls over here. I really want more games to adopt the GVG style, even if they have different gameplay. It's interesting. I've thought that there's a map in Dark Souls 2, the Lost Bastille, I think it is, that I felt like would make a really good GVG map in terms of like its layout, but you'd want to use more of the Dark Souls style mechanics for it. But I think the GVG structure could work with different combat mechanics and still be a real good time. And that's like where you have a base with... It's kind of like a MOBA without creeps or ads or whatever they call them, the normal spawns. I hit the wrong button, and I accidentally fall back to when I meant to do There's Nothing to Fear. Anyway. This is the spot where I wish I had given Talcora a party heal. Because it would be very useful. But slightly bigger teams, slightly smaller maps, probably. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on the MOBA genre. I liked that the Aeon of Strife style of gameplay back in Warcraft 3, which is why I call it Aeon of Strife, because I'm being a hipster. Interesting. So that's specifically a Shiver Peak Elementalist. There's a bunch of bosses in here for some reason. I don't know why those two matter and these two don't, but... The bonus. But we got the bonus. Now make my... have I gone? I have not gone... Okay, that's just weird. I did that intentionally. For those who don't know what I was just looking at, I have not gone east of Lionsgate area, but because I've gone in terms of like in Kryta, but I have gone through the Crystal Desert and into Darkness Forge and stuff, and up through all of these areas. So I've actually been up Snake Dance, Dreadnought Drift, although I haven't been very far in Tall Shoot, so I don't have Camp Rancor, but into Dreadnought Drift, Lornar's Pass to Beacon's Perch. So I like not making the connection here, making it from the south, which is... I enjoy doing quirky things with the map, and that was clearly a quirky thing with the map that I intentionally did because I found it amusing. Okay, I don't have to worry about that danged seed anymore, so that's going to make life a little bit easier. All right. The other thing that you can do is make really good mod tools as a creator, and then you can enjoy user-generated content. Look, I just want to make games that I want to play, which is more Guild Wars 1 style games to an extent, in terms of a lot of mechanical inspiration. Just like the way that it works better than a lot of other systems that I've encountered. I could probably have sped some of that up if I'd focused on this guy, because I'm pretty sure he bonds and had bonded everybody up. I think I saw the bond activation visual, I guess. Is that what you would call it? There's a tree of vitality over there. I don't really care about that. How late do I want to go today? That's a good question for myself. I feel like my streams have been a little bit shorter as of late than I want them to be. Not necessarily for, you know, for reasonable reasons. That's been the case, but... Hey, Dawnbreaker. You don't think any other game you've played has done build experimenting as well as this game has? Yeah, that's... I would generally agree with that. I think Pokemon has a really interesting build system when you kind of dig into the nitty-gritty. But the problem with Pokemon... that's always fun. The problem with Pokemon is the experience doesn't make the build craft significant for the most part. And it's got a lot of like fluff in there as well. But like I did competitive Pokemon in college, and there's a lot of interesting stuff to consider when making builds in that scenario. But I don't think it's as good as Guild Wars, because Guild Wars gives you a lot of flexibility. Pokemon is very investment heavy in its design. And to an extent, Guild Wars 1 anyway, does have investment. You can't just like change your builds willy-nilly. Like once you're out in an explorable, you can't change your build. But the and like you have to invest in making gear and stuff. You can't just like change your gear. Like you can swap your gear out and stuff, but like so like there's a certain degree where investment makes you care about the thing you're doing. Like if you've ever played Pokemon on some of the simulators, like the Smogons simulator, I forget what they call it. But like Pokemon Online or whatever, some of those simulators, you just don't have the same investment in your team as if you like bred the team members and did the EV training and stuff yourself. But because of it's a high investment system, it means that you can't easily experiment with stuff, which is where the simulators are really good for Pokemon. And Pokemon balance is not very good, in my opinion. But it depends upon the environment and the sort of format and stuff. They've had so much focus on doubles that I think their singles balance is a little off. Stealth Rocks in particular is... And like to an extent, it's an RPG that's not trying to be balanced anyway. But the... Like, Pokemon can have a lot of really interesting stuff as a... in terms of its build system and designing teams and things. But I think Guild Wars is better. But Pokemon, the only reason why I mentioned Pokemon is the only other game that I've played that really comes similar. And part of it, the thing that both of them have, is skill bar customization and limitation. So, Pokemon limits each of your Pokemon to 4 skills. Wait, I do need to go down that tunnel. Hang on. You need to go down that tunnel and down that way. But because of TMs, move trainers, and HMs and stuff, technical records or whatever they have now. I haven't played Pokemon since Ultra or like Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire and the Ultra Sun Ultra Moon. But I don't 100% know how they've changed all of the systems super well. But because they have the ability to learn outside moves, you have some additional control over your skill bar beyond, or your moves over beyond just the learn pool. So there is a degree of control that you have over what your bar is, but in Pokemon you only have 4 move slots. So that means you have to choose what moves you're using with care. You can't just like bring a bunch of stuff, and that limitation inherently means that you're having to make choices about your build. And Guild Wars 1 likewise has limitations for your build craft with the 8-slot thing. Now, rather than having each character only able to learn a select number of skills like Pokemon do, where it's like, oh, well, Pikachu can't just learn Earthquake or whatever. Guild Wars has the attribute line system, and I like that better. Played more Monster Rancher than Pokemon. Monster Rancher focused on a single monster that you raised and trained, but you could build a monster with different abilities. You ran a Gyala that had access to power attacks, intellect attacks. You could have 2 of them, with each of them focusing on one skill type over the other. Yeah, I don't know anything about Monster Rancher. You could summon a Spectral Fist to punch the enemy, and the other could fire a laser from its face, and they'd be equally effective. That's kind of cool. So, like with Pokemon, you usually would have a team of 6, and so you're wanting to think about how their types and move pools and stuff interact with each other. So, for example, if you have a Scizor is a very strong Pokemon, but as a Bug Seal type, it has a lot of resistances, but it is super duper weak to fire. It has a 4 times weakness to fire, so it takes 4 times damage from fire. So you'd want to consider having a Pokemon that you could switch to if something with a fire move came out to protect your Scizor. So there's a lot of like strategy in how you're building your team and stuff there, and the composition. Now, none of this is really necessary for just playing the game casually. It's only really consideration if you're doing like technical battling, and like maybe you want to consider it some. But like you can just play through the game with no issue, completely ignoring it. Like completely ignoring like build craft. But at the competitive end, it's really neat. Like I said, I think Guild Wars does it better because Guild Wars makes experimentation a bit easier. And overall, I feel is I'm not sure I'd say a more compelling system. It's just a different system, but overall I like the way Guild Wars is set up a bit better, I think. But yeah, Pokemon I think is the game that I've played that's closest offhand. Yeah, I've heard that. Guild Wars could do something like that too. Like Polymach was supposed to be Pokemon on steroids. As somebody who's played Pokemon, it was not like Pokemon. Major marksmanship. Interesting. Oh, these are a really good source of bone. Wow, these guys drink their calcium. Yeah, a lot of Polymach was under-implemented in Eye of the North and then never implemented in the sequel. It's like, you know, supposed to be the premier game, like the chess of the Asuran race, but did they ever implement it in Guild Wars 2? No. It would integrate super well with minis. Similar to what it sounds like you're talking about with WoW, but Arena just kind of abandoned the idea. Yeah, it's a very, like, they actually implemented it. Yep. So like the basic things about Pokemon, it's a turn-based game. You have up a party size of up to 6. You have one out front, and then you do the swaps, and then you have your different types and different matchups between those types and move pools that you learn as you level up, as well as outside sources. So technical machines and HMs are items that you can use to teach your Pokemon moves, and then move tutors are specific like NPC services that will teach your Pokemon moves. And so you build up a team, and there's different ways for Pokemon to evolve and stuff, of course, but a lot of the strategy in building a team is figuring out how your team, like, you win by doing, like, knocking out all of your opponent's Pokemon, but for a lot of the strategy is like, and I'm just saying this because I don't know exactly how the battle pets thing works in WoW, but a lot of it is figuring out when you want to swap and executing on like your team composition and sort of your strategy. There are different sorts of ways and different sorts of mons. So you might set up some Pokemon specifically to be a lead, which is one that you want out front and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like I will trust you to know what similar looks like. So a lot of the build craft in Pokemon is really interesting and does a lot of interesting stuff. I have some of this area unfogged because of getting Elias, by the by. Oh, you know what? I forgot to give myself more skills when I got to the Maguuma jungle. I should do that. Little things that make it different, but not enough to really differentiate between the two. Yeah. Okay. Where's my Prophecies general? There it is. 1 booster of Prophecies skills, please, and thank you. Anything noteworthy? I got Healing Hands. Healing Hands feels like a half elite to me. The particular goal with these elementalists, or are you just running things for fun? I just wanted elemental damage because we out-level things here, so elemental damage is usually going to be increased against the foes rather than being flat. So that's the only reason I'm running elementalists. Okay, nothing super standing out. Well of Power is decent. Point Blank Shot is nice to have access to as well. There might have been some useful duplicates in there, though. Yeah, I forgot to give myself skills for getting into the Maguuma area. Yeah. I could see Water Trident working pretty well with some of those. It's mostly what skills I have access to in my Skill Booster League. It's kind of some of the stuff going on. There's no particular, like, specific build conceit or anything. Trying to work around Wanderlust and Earthbind on a Ritualist. Ah. You have Psychic Instability floating around. Okay, so at this point we're working with Saedra. She's going to teach us about the ones. I'm not going to do the bonus here. The bonus here is super tedious and annoying, so if I want to do it, I'll do it at a future time. Yeah, you did say you were working on a knockdown team. You definitely want Earthbinds for those areas where the enemies are otherwise immune to knockdowns. Ooh, good old Reaper Sweep. Man, it's annoying to me how many... The Dervish needs more skills. And I wish more of the Scythe... I wish one of the Scythe Elites, given the number of skills that it has, I wish that one of the Scythe Elites was not a teardown skill. The fact that both of them are is kind of annoying to me. Yeah. They're very specific types of builds. I think it's... The way I feel about Teardown is somewhat similar to... No, that's not quite true. Teardown is a really interesting idea that has a lot of trickiness to play. It's kind of like a variant on the assassin combo system. Yeah, well, the big part is like having to try to sequence stuff to maintain enchantments if you're trying to do any, like keep certain enchantments around. I feel like most of the non-core professions really could use some more skills, though. I think assassins need a lot more dagger attacks, and there's a lot more room for them. Part of the problem is Death Blossom is just too good and absorbs any space from anything else, but Elementalist is, I think, one of the core professions that I'd say kind of needs help the most. Monk's big problem is Ritualist is too good, specifically Restoration Magic. And specifically Spirit Light and Men, Body, and Soul. Ritualist needs a lot of help, in my opinion. Part of my problem with the Ritualist design, Blades of Steel build. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah, the Ritualist has too many mechanics, and it makes it a very messy class because a lot of them are like very half-realized mechanically speaking. Okay, this is where I just go around. The bonus is going off in some other tangential direction over that way or something, but you have to not fight a bunch of enemies, and it's a pain in the rear end. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think the Ritualist feels to me like the most like swingy in terms of power level. Like they have a bunch of skills that are like some of the most busted skills in the game, and then they have some of the skills that are the worst in the game. So it's like really all over the place. Communing feels like it was gutted, but then happens to just have some of the most powerful defensive skills. Yeah, all of channeling feels like channeling in terms of damage feels super underwhelming. Part of what they have going on is they have a bunch of stuff that relies on spirits, and then they have a bunch of item skills. Yeah, like your Spirit Boon Strike and your Essence Strike and your Spirit Burn and all of that stuff. Like there's a bunch of offensive like deal damage spells. Channeled Strike, the one that does like 100 damage plus like 30 if you are holding an item. Yeah, like a lot of those feel tuned to be kind of weak, and so that way, by the way, is the way to the bonus. And I kind of suspect that they are. But like that's what I mean is like there's a bunch of skills that feel really weirdly weak. But then you have stuff like the Shelter Union Displacement with Soul Twist or whatnot that are very strong. So it's like Ritualist has, I don't know, a couple of really strong things that it does. Restoration Magic is too powerful because Spirit Light and Men, Body, and Soul are too powerful. But like Ritualist has item spells, weapon spells, and binding rituals, all as mechanics that's trying to fit into too few skill slots for that number of mechanics. And what you end up running into is that there's a bunch of like nods towards things, but not any like real cohesion. And so the best one is the spirit stuff. And so everybody just ends up running stuff with spirits because in part Men, Body, and Soul and Spirit Light are so good that you want to have spirits around to make those work optimally. Do I need to go pick up another seed? I feel like I do, but I don't remember for sure. I'm going to grab one just in case. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of cool, like Rituals has some really cool quirky stuff, and I really like some of its quirky stuff. Spirit Strength is a good example. But like 850 HP. Yeah. But like Ritualist is a really cool concept. It's basically got turned into the Engineer in Guild Wars 2. Like it's a really cool concept, but it just does too many things in my opinion. And the problem with that too many things is that none of them are super well developed, and the strongest ones happen to be spirit stuff. That's kind of where it seems to be to me. So I wish that the Ritualist had like fewer mechanics, so the mechanics it did have were better developed. I like the Assassin a lot. They're what I'd call Narvazod. They're flavor. The Narvazod is a term that a game studio I've done podcasts with, a small indie studio called Vernacular Games, uses for narrative, visual, and audio as a combined thing, but it was for the like other half of things, the mechanics. So like the Narvazod of the Ritualist and the Engineer are completely different. But the underlying mechanical foundation is like the same like mechanical space. So I can see where people would be like, but making spirits is nothing like making turrets, except they function almost the exact same way. And like the Engineer feels to me kind of like it's playing in the Jack of all trades, master of none spot of like having a bunch of like different things that's not like amazing at. Yeah, turrets are more or less the same as spheres. Exactly, I agree. Here is Scout Rider's Fallen group, by the way, his Fallen Scout troop. And so like a lot of the stuff that the Engineer does is mechanically playing in the same space as the Ritualist. They're just one is has a coat of paint as an engineer, and somebody like who is like a scientist and a tinkerer and a whatever artificer or whatever, however you want to kind of phrase it. And the other is presented as somebody who's channeling like the spirits of the dead and stuff, but like the mechanical expression is extremely similar. They're both playing in very similar spaces, so. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff that Guild Wars 2 does, design-wise. I feel like Guild Wars 2 is let down by its enemy design. At least the bits that I've played. I haven't played any of the stuff Path of Fire onwards because I just was finding the game boring, and why waste time playing a boring game? I want to love Guild Wars 2. There's a lot that I really like about it, but it also like doesn't have quite enough commitment in character visual customization to me that makes it a little bit it lowers my ability to get invested. It makes the characters feel more doll-like in a weird sort of way. Yeah, the enemies feel like they basically come down to, is this a ranged enemy or a melee enemy sort of thing. Yeah, character customization feels like it's really good in the game. Yeah, I feel like Guild Wars 2 was trying to rebel against a lot of things that they had frustrations with Guild Wars 1. And a really good example of that is the way that they handled stuff with builds. And a lot of it was, we don't want to deal with trying to configure a gigantic pool of skills. And the result of that is they went a very different direction. I think some of the build craft stuff that they did makes, like, it does have an interesting framework. I don't think that they... my experience with it is that it was not set up to kind of... if they wanted to get rid of mana and have things be an opportunity cost, you need to have enemies present opportunities that you want to be able to land. And they didn't do that. So it ended, at least with the base functionality of the game. And that meant that that sort of like balancing mechanism didn't work. Yeah, the trait system is the sort of thing that seems like it gives you a lot of options, but doesn't actually. Because it's all about augmenting your skills, as I remember. So it ends up being the sort of thing where it's like, well, you have all these options, but these are not viable things. Like, you're just not getting anything out of your traits if you go this way. I think the trait system is an interesting idea. It reminds me a lot of the way you could augment abilities in Middle-earth Shadow of War, actually. Yeah, and that's part of and that's exactly the problem that I'm talking about. Hit all the buttons until it's dead is exactly the problem that I'm talking about with the there are different ways that you could try to address that. But they added mana potions and then decided to get rid of, or they added energy potions and then decided to get rid of energy when that proved to make energy irrelevant. I don't know why they went that direction. I'd have to look into more details to see if they have more of an explanation for why they did that instead of just getting rid of energy potions. And then they so skills don't have any interaction with each other, which is what things like energy do. Is they make skills interact. And so it's just like damage, just use your damage skills over and over and over again until things are dead. They said that they want to have opportunity costs. All that functionally meant is that skills had really long recharges because they never designed enemies to have important opportunities that you wanted to take advantage of. Because you can do that. You can do it where it's like, oh, when the enemy's in this animation, it's way more susceptible to being poisoned or something like that. Yeah, the only action is combo fields. But like, I had a character of each class or each profession in Guild Wars 2, and I felt like a lot of the time there was like subtle differences between them, but like by the time I kind of reached, those subtle differences started to feel very irrelevant, and they didn't really feel like they played substantially differently from each other. And part of the problem is that when you're playing solo in that game, everything's some variant of DPS plus. Like, DPS plus, you're doing a little bit of this, or DPS plus, you're doing a little bit of that. So everything's just looking to have the exact same playstyle. Yeah. And that unfortunately led to, at least my experience being that, because everything was just kind of DPS plus, everything kind of just played like DPS. And so there didn't feel like there was meaningful difference between my characters. I liked Revenant the best just because of the way it interacted with the right-hand half of your bar using energy. Ooh, you can get out of that one. Okay, and the rest of these are merchant food as far as I'm concerned. And like the combo fields is a fine idea, but they're not super well explained in game. Which ends up being the issue, or part of the issue. But, and again, I haven't played the game in probably years now, so I can't really speak to the current state of it. Just what my experience was. At like level 30. I see. Is there a rune trader here perchance? I don't think so. I have 10 skill points. I don't know that there's any skills I'm looking to acquire, though. Yeah. I don't think any of these runes are worth anything, but it's still worth checking at some point. Oh, man. The crafting system... I don't like the Guild Wars 2 crafting system I think I would like it better if all of the crafting professions felt more like food, or like chef. I liked chef, except when I was getting to the far reaches of it and it started to feel like adventure game. Guess what I'm thinking? Logic. But I liked chef. The problem that I had with everything else, it was just like, here's a formula for how you do things. Do that again for 6 tiers of worth of crafting materials. And I'm like, oh my goodness. It's the same thing over and over and over again. And then I have all of these lower tiers of crafting materials glutting everything up and not enough of the higher tier ones. And it's just, it's very, 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 very grindy. And like, you'd get so much experience doing it that you wouldn't be able to make anything that you wanted to use, because by the time you'd made like a full set of something, you were leveled out of needing, like you were leveled beyond it at that point. If people enjoy that system, cool. I'm glad they enjoy it. I'm happy for them. I personally don't, and I would never create a. Yeah, it definitely feels like that. Easy but tedious. Yeah, like I would never create a crafting system like the Guild Wars 2 crafting system, because it is not interesting to me and not enjoyable. I like the Guild Wars 1 crafting system because it feels super relevant, and part of the reason it's super relevant is because that's the way you get armor. You're able to make things that are immediately useful to you. But I know a lot of people wanted to feel like they were doing the crafting rather than handing the materials to an artisan who's doing the crafting. But like at a certain point, yeah, at a certain point, like the experience for me is like, am I having fun using this system? And if the answer is no, then I don't really want to interact with the system as much. It's like when I played Batman Arkham Knight, I didn't enjoy the Batmobile, so I didn't really use it. And then I had a boss fight where you had to be in the Batmobile racing around, and I was terrible at it because the game hadn't forced me to use it, and I didn't want to use it. And then I quit that game. But that's not quite the same sort of thing, but it's similar. To some extent, I am just talking because that is what you do when you're streaming. But yeah. Crafting systems. Different people want different things from them. Is that a... Yeah, it is. Want a full set of the best gear you can run for your build? Gotta wait 2 months of time gating to get there, or grind currency in the map for several days. Yeah, so like the Ascended stuff basically requires you to, like, I don't like the time gating on like crafting bloodstones and stuff. That to me is not, like, it feels very arbitrary and very gamey. And if you want to do something like that, I want you to give me a good in-game, like, give me a good Watsonian reason for it. Give me a good reason in-game why I gotta wait. Otherwise, it just feels like you're trying to get me to log in every day. And maybe that is literally what they are trying to do. But I don't want it to feel like that's what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? White Mantle Sycophants. Man, this phase of the game moves too quickly. 100 Bloodstone bricks and Dragonite ingots, but nothing to do with them because you can't be bothered to craft every single day. Yeah, those... I forget how all of the crafting for the Ascended materials worked, but... works, I guess. Yeah, that's exactly the issue that I had. Like, I could craft, you know, so many of these, but because of this random time gate, I can't craft any of it. Because it's just like, you made the 5 you can make today. You're going to have to come back tomorrow to make more. It's like, but why, though? Like, because, like, how does that make the game a better experience? Like, that's kind of what I come down to, is like, how does that make the game a better experience to have these time gates? Oh, that's good. At least for everyone who plays WoW. First thing you did when they removed the cooldown was make 500 mana potions. Wow. Well, the other thing for me though about Guild Wars 2 is it has taught me that I don't like persistent open world games anyway. Because the design compromises necessary to make them function. There's just too many impossible there's too many questions that don't have any good answer. Like how do you repopulate the enemies and stuff like that. Although probably the thing that takes me most out of the game is their like anti-cheese code, where like if you drag an enemy too far from its spawn point or attacking it in a location it can't get to you from, it just gets infinite health, de-aggroes, and runs back towards its spawn. That to me really takes me out of the experience. Okay, Valar. What's the business? I think I can just do urgent warning. I don't need to do the other one. Boy, predatory season's not what I call a good skill. I do want to get this location on my map. I feel like some of the Maguuma jungle quests weren't put together properly. Like this one right here, where I need to meet up with Gretchen's Scout. I'm pretty sure you shouldn't be able to get it until you've done the previous, or the other quest that he has, the other primary quest. And it just wasn't linked up properly. There's a world boss in WoW several years ago where a hunter could kite them all the way to Stormwind City. There's 4 or 5 large zones away, and where the boss spawned, and it would kill everything in the city because it had an AoE projectile that would one-shot anyone not a tank. Wow, that's hilarious. Like, I can understand, like, and that wouldn't be able to happen in Guild Wars 2 anyway because it's very zoned, whereas my impression is WoW more has a continuous world structure. Hang on. I need to go over that way. Yeah, okay. Let's branch down here. But that's there's a lot of crazy wild stuff that's happening in WoW. Yeah. But Guild Wars 2 is built on Guild Wars 1. And, like, if you ask me, Guild Wars 2 exists in a really awkward place between Guild Wars 1 and an action game. I haven't played WoW, so that doesn't work as a good frame of reference for me, but... I can believe that it sits somewhere in between those two. I personally wish Guild Wars 2 was either more like Guild Wars 1 or less like Guild Wars 1, but I also don't want to take it away from the people who enjoy it the way it is. So I leave it to the people who are actually playing the game to decide what they want it to be, and the developers to kind of try to follow them. Yeah. But yeah, from like an actual like play standpoint, I feel like Guild Wars 2 wants to be a more actiony game than it is. Is that This is Zed. No, that's somebody else back there. Oh, that's Talcora. I wonder why Talcora gets left behind so much. Flash Dark Spine. Yeah. I've seen some footage of it. Oh boy. Well, I want to do something different for Aurora Glade. I might. Let's see. What do I have left? Is it just Aurora Glade and Riverside Province? I have this copy of Flameseeker Prophecies. It is just Aurora Glade and Flameseeker and Riverside Province. Okay. Like this team would do pretty well in Riverside, I think. I feel like maybe minions would be a good idea here. Maybe not necessary. What do I have for minions? Hang on. Death magic. Scrolling through my thing. Okay, I do have Animate Bone Horror, and I have 4 copies. And 5 Animate Bone Fiends. What I might do... Animate Bone Fiend is kind of expensive, but... Yeah, but... That's true. But what I'm actually thinking is... for... this one, it might be... What I might do is I might... Oh, but that would drop Resurrects from all of them. That might not be ideal. Do I have... Okay, I'm gonna do some party examinations. What I'm thinking is changing all of my dudes over to have Bone Fiends. Because I could put like 10 in Death Magic and give them all Bone Fiends. I would need to... I would end up losing Remove Hex copies and Resurrection skills. I don't think losing the Remove Hexes is a huge deal. I'd probably tweak Talcora's bar some. Be a little bit more energy efficient. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna examine what sort of tweaks I can make. Because I could see going to Word of Healing on her. And dropping Healing Breeze and Healing Seed. But I'm just going to have to look at what stuff I have available to figure out what I want to do here. Because what I'm thinking about is, particularly at the end area, it's very nice to have minions to help clutter things up with all of the mana. Because I have a res, and if I have Unyielding Aura, I can put Unyielding Aura on Talcora. And have that kind of suffice for another res, in case like I need it or something. I could go /R and drop Fear of Redemption for Remove Hex. That doesn't sound bad. Okay. Let's just do this. I'm gonna look at some rune stuff up here. And then pop back into the zone, so that way I am not so far away. Okay, that one can't be salvaged. Let's see, this is a weird health plus 10, health plus 10 will hex, and health plus 10 while enchanted. Cool. Mistform healing is pretty weak, unfortunately. Yeah, playing healer is while leading heroes is definitely a challenge. It's doable. Mistform as a skill is a bit so the issue with Mistform is the actual healing numbers you get from it is fairly low. If you think about it, like if we looked at Serenia here, at 16 water magic, her Mistform is healing for 263%. That's the PvP value. But I imagine that actual percentage is the same. So off of a 10 energy skill, you're healing people for 26 health. 5 energy skill is going to be about half that, so around 13 HP. So you're not getting huge numbers off of some of those lower skills. Like you can use a lot of deep freeze, for example, at 25. So that's going to be, you know, like 60, 70 HP heal, which is not bad, but this just ends up not scaling as well as you want it to. Yeah, and the problem that you run into with that is your energy is going to get chewed up because you can't dual attune because you spent your lead on Mistform instead of attunement instead of the dual attune, as it were. Major mark is probably not worth anything. Yep. Major blood. Okay. Major soul reaping is worth something. That's kind of unexpected. And the thing is, like, yeah, you're just gonna run yourself out of energy with the more expensive skills. It's one of those things where it sounds nice, but does not play as well as you want it to. Yeah, that's true. You could arcane mimicry it, and you could try that and see how well that works. Is it specifically elemental skills? Probably. Whenever you cast an elemental spell, all non-spirit allies near shot healed for. Yeah, so like you could kind of do that dual attune, but deep freeze still has 15-second recharge, so that's only happening, you know, so often. So are you like spamming icy prisms and stuff? It's just it sounds better than it actually feels like it actually ends up playing. Is kind of where I land. If you are doing like arcane mimicry with dual attune, maybe spamming Rodgort's invocation would work. Instead of specializing in water, you specialize in fire and bring like probably do like 16 fire, 11 water, 8 energy storage. The problem though with trying to do it that way is you want more energy storage to grab the elemental attunement off of the hero. And that has a minute recharge functionally, if I remember correctly. So, or maybe it's a little bit longer. I'm not sure on that front. But that kind of makes you want to have higher energy storage, so that way you can have your attunement better. Okay, let's look at what skills I've got here. So I can easily run Animate Bone Fiend on all of them. The question is, what am I doing with Tuck Aura? I do have Unyielding Aura. How much energy storage do you need to have good uptime? Or can you get 100% uptime with Arcane Mimicry and a 20% Enchant Staff? And if so, what energy storage value do you need? Okay, I may want to drop this. Unyielding Aura. So that gives me a good hard res. Okay, I have Divine Healing. 16 energy storage. So you do need really high energy storage. So you'd need 12 energy storage, and you could swap hats potentially. That kind of makes the attributes a little not where I would personally want to be placing them, I guess, is the best way to phrase that. I should have one copy of Orison, so I can run Orison of Healing here. These all become a lot stronger with Unyielding Aura. The Signet obviously doesn't benefit, but and probably Words of Comfort. Right? Healing Whisper would actually work really well if I have that, but I don't know that I do. Yeah, because I should see it in here. I have Healing Ribbon, Healing Breeze, Healer's Covenant. Oh, sure. Yeah. In that case, then, yeah, Master of Magic. Like, you could definitely do Arcane Mimicry, Master of Magic at 16 energy storage, and then run Mist Form as your... Although, if you wanted... What is Mist Form's duration here? Mist Form... Okay, that's probably not as good of a target for Arcane Mimicry. So yeah, you could grab Master of Magic with Arcane Mimicry and then use that to buff up. Because this will give you 30%. So it's not quite as strong as a full Dual Attune. But you would be able to Mist Form with all of your like 25% energy skills and get the 60% plus 1 energy refund on them. So you could spam like Lightning Hammers. It does feel like a lot of work to try to make it... a lot of effort to try to make it work, yeah. I mean, the fundamental issue is Mist Form... Mist Form wants you to play with the high energy, low recharge elemental skills, but prevents you from being able to dual attune, so you can't actually spam them the way that you want to. And that's a lot of what makes it feel kind of bad. Okay, so Healing Whisper would be kind of the preferable choice there. I want to go... Well, I'm thinking about it and just... Yoink. I don't want more expensive stuff, so... Yeah, Words of Comfort it is, then. What I'd prefer right here for this build is, Healing Whisper, which should come right before Infuse, would be ideal, because we're all going to be clustered close together anyway. But I don't have that, so Words of Comfort it is. Hopefully this is enough healing with Unyielding Aura. Do I have Swirling? Swirling would actually be really good here. No, I don't have it in my list of skills. Yeah, I should be right in between these two. A little annoying. I could Mist Form here to try to get some additional healing. Okay, let's see. I'm going / Necromancer. I'm losing a bunch of energy storage for some death magic. I could drop that. That actually doesn't feel like the worst. I'd get a little bit of healing off of those. Now, is this... Yeah. So this becomes a lot more appealing because I'm dealing with minions. I'm going to put Animate Bone Fiend on. And then I do get one more water magic spell. I think I might just go with Ice Spikes here. This is, like I said, this is probably going to feel a little bit underwhelming, but I think it'll be okay with what I'm trying to do here. Glowing Ice does become a lot worse with low energy storage. But it still nets 4 energy. Okay, I guess. I think I'll roll with it. see. Bone Fiend. Now, something that could be interesting here. I'm going to drop Tanai's Wind as well. And slot in... I should have Aura of Restoration, right? I need to remember to keep looking back at this. Yes, okay, I have 2 copies of Aura of Restoration. So I'm going to give him Aura of Restoration and Blood of the Master if I have Blood of the Master. Death Magic. There's my minions. Animates. Okay, I have 4 copies of Blood of the Master, so I can give him a Blood. 1 Blood of the Master will heal all of them, but by giving him Aura of Restoration, he will be able to heal himself a little bit better when he's casting this. So, Zed is just going to straight go Necromancer, lose a bunch of energy storage. Not that much energy storage. Get Death Magic for a Bone Fiend. He's going to keep doing this, though. Sasuke, I'm going to want to drop Mind Burn here. And give him a different elite. Level 12 is a little bit low for minions, but it should be alright. What other fire options do I have that I'd want to use? I could use Incendiary Bombs. Searing Flames is an option, but the energy on that's not great. Okay, so I could go... Do I have... Okay, I have 3 copies of that. I could drop... Yeah, I'm going to drop Glowing Gaze and give him Incendiary Bonds and Dual Attune. Do I have Rodgort's Invo? That would be better, right? Although maybe the AI is not great at using. It doesn't matter. I don't have Rodgort's Invocation anyway. I have Mark of Rodgort, but I don't see Rodgort's Invocation here. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab Incendiary Bonds. Phoenix becomes better with the minions anyway, because it can potentially heal them. I like Firestorm. And then I have Remove Hex for a little bit of Hex removal. What do all the numbers on the skill mean? So like on this one where it says deals 20.56.65, the first number is 0 attributes, the second number is 12 attributes, and the third number is 15, I believe. Was that your question? Oh, so like the 8 right here means that I have 8 copies of Flare. So if I wanted to use... Oh, Flare's not the best example. Glyph of Immolation. I have 1 copy of Glyph of Immolation, so I can only have 1 character run Glyph of Immolation in my party. That's what those numbers mean. Did that make sense? So like I could have 3 of my Elementalists dual attune, but the 4th one couldn't because I only have 3 copies of Elemental Attunement. So that's something I'm trying to keep an eye on. I'm not applying the restrictions to myself because this character started off as a fresh character, so he's just got whatever skills he has. But because I have all skills unlocked on my account, I have this style of Skill Booster League is to restrict the access to skills that I have on my on my heroes, so that way I don't just have everything available to me. So that's where I'm running into, like, I could only run this 1 copy of Orson of Healing because I only have 1. As an example. But because there's only the 1 monk, I'm not really having to worry about some of that. But I have 5 copies of Animate Bone Fiend, so I can run it on all of them. If I only had, like, 2 copies, I would be wanting to run other stuff, so... Hopefully the energy works out okay with this. I'm not sure how it's going to work energy-wise with the minions. So we'll see. It's possible I'll want to keep the minions on the dual attunes and swap out for the other type of minion on these guys. That actually doesn't feel like the worst idea. Yeah, I think I might actually swap to horrors on the 2 that aren't dual attuning. Oh, you know what? I might put a Vampiric on Vec. Less common, but he'll be able to heal all of the undead allies. So these will heal him. It feels kind of nice. Yeah, I think I'll go with this. Because the dual attunes will have plenty of energy from their dual attunes for the rest of their bar, so I'm okay with them spending 25 on the fiends. The other ones I don't think can stomach that as well. Elementalist energy is atrocious. And the only thing that makes it look like it's not atrocious is attunements. I have huge issues with how Elementalist is designed, but that's another matter entirely. Okay, I'm happy with those bar tweaks. What's going on with these? This is fine but not interesting. It's just a max that mod. Damage plus 10% versus hex foes, energy plus 5 while hexed. Well, that's not great either. Some of the Prophecies quest reward weapons are really interesting. Usually worth a decent amount when you identify them as well. Values for everything go up when you identify them. I think between like 1 gold and double the base value. The pre-identify value. So like if you identify a rune, runes normally have a value of 25, and if you identify them, they can go up to 50, I think, at max. Okay. Well, hopefully this goes all right. Hopefully I have enough healing. I really wish I had Swirling Aura, but I don't. So we're just gonna roll with it as is. Usually you run one dedicated MM because you want the maxed out death magic to get stronger minions, but these enemies are gonna be weak enough that I think it's gonna be okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Is the large energy pool feels like it exists to serve as a buffer for Overcast, not for anything else. Or exhaustion, as it was back in the day. It doesn't actually help you afford your spells anymore. It gives you some initial, like it gives you more initial, but like in any sort of sustained combat, your energy is going to go down, and it's much harder to recover a larger energy pool anyway. So yeah, it feels like the design of Elementalist feels like they were thinking that they're going to play a lot like Black Mage from Final Fantasy type stuff, as best I understand some of that design. I haven't really played very many Final Fantasy games, just a couple. But it feels like they're trying to design it to be kind of like the Black Mage idea. And then they designed it around, oh, it deals lots of damage. And then they gave everything in really late game PvP areas huge armor, so it turns out Mesmers are just better. I've ranted at extreme length about how I dislike the design of Elementalists, though. Like, Elementalists are really cool, but they're designed to be overly reliant on losing an entire skill slot to attunements. And, like, yeah, other classes will spend slots on energy management, but you don't have to, necessarily. But Elementalists have to spend slots on attunements, generally speaking. Like, you're making an incredibly conscious decision to not have attunements, is what it comes down to. And then on top of all of that, like, that makes you super weak to enchantment removal. Yeah. No, absolutely. And the thing is, like, it would be one thing if there were more enemies that were weak to specific damage types, but a lot of the time that's just not the case. Enemies aren't weak to specific damage types. Their Arena's idea of, oh, it's weak to this damage type is it has 80 armor instead of 100. And it's like, that's still reducing my damage. And they're like, yup. Yeah, and this is where you get to, like, strip enchantment is everywhere. They have a bunch of enchantment removal in, like, Nightfall and the Jade Sea and stuff. I think a lot of that's meant to counteract. Like, Elementalist would become way more enjoyable for me to play if attunements weren't, if they were skills instead of being strippable. And like obviously that would remove a lot of synergies with stuff. But it would make the experience of playing Elementalist a lot better. I have a lot of minions. But yeah, no, you're playing Elementalist there, and it's like, oh, everything, all these Necromancers have Strip Enchantment, and the Mesmers all have enchantment removal, and you're like, how am I supposed to do anything? Yeah, it's true. But you know what part of the reason for that is because that boss has double the damage and is higher than level 20. Because, like, one of the quirks about armor that they don't, like, that we have figured out, but it's not, wow, look at how much he's tanked his energy through making minions. But one of the things about the way damage works for casters is their damage, they're in the damage formula, there's an exponential equation where it's 2 to number minus your armor level over 40, and the number that's minus your armor level is called your strike level, I believe, is what it's called. We'll call it strike level to match with armor level. And for spells, that is 3 times your level. So a level 20 character is going to have, 60 for that. And that's going to make it so that way if you deal, if you face something with 60 armor, you're going to deal, like, it's going to be a 1 times multiplier. And every 40 armor is a multiplier, is a 2 times multiplier one way or the other. So it either divides by 2 or it multiplies it by 2 or whatever. And what you run into with all of this is enemy spellcasters that are above level 20 have a higher strike level. So they're going to deal inherently more damage with their spells because their strike level is higher. Oh my goodness. My team has 24 minions right now. So that boss that's at like level 30 has 90 strike level. So they're intrinsically hitting harder. It's like they're dealing, they have 30 more attack power going through your armor. So it's just absolutely crazy how much more damage that they get to deal. And we play our elementalists or player spellcasters, like this affects necromancers too, with some of their stuff, are all stuck at the same, like, lower level, and it's just wow, that Dredger's defense did a lot of work there. Like, we're stuck at the 20 area, so it's just kind of frustrating. But yeah, there's just not. My goodness, I feel like the last time I had this many minions around was pre-minion cap. Oh my goodness, Talcora's energy is gone. I feel like she's spending it all on minions or something. I have no idea. I don't know what she's spending all of her energy on. Yeah, no, because, like, 80 armor from prismatic incendiary. Yeah, so, like, what level is that guy, right? Like, that's the first thing to look at. Because I betcha he's, like, level 30. So your 80 armor meant that you're still taking more damage because of his raw level. And then is doubled on top of it. It's absolutely crazy. And that's why caster bosses are so freaking dangerous. particularly elementalists, because the physical attackers, their strike level is based upon the amount that you invested into your weapon, which is precisely why the weird attribute anniversary weapons that they introduced, those were dealing so little damage because it was hard-coded to the weapon type. Like, axes got their strike level from axe mastery, and I think they changed it to be the required attribute instead of hard-coded. But yeah, I mean, it's absolutely absurd, right? But that means there's an upper cap. Like, once attributes cap at 20, so like once you hit that, you're not getting above it. As far as I know, enemies can't even exceed that. But what you run into is the casters do not have a cap. It's just whatever their level gets to, that's what they are, and so that inherently makes them able to kind of be more scary than physical attacking bosses. Because physical attacking bosses, again, it's 5 per attribute rank up to 12, and then 2 afterwards. So if you're at level 20, that's like 80 some odd, right? Like, I'd have to try to mentally do the math, but like, it's 60 for 12, and then you have another 8 levels at 2, so that's another like 16. That caps at like 76 strike factor. And so the casters at like level, say, caster bosses at level 30 have more strike level than a physical attacker boss with 20 attributes in the weapon. So because of that, that's why they're so scary. It's based entirely upon like the mechanic for how that all that works. But yeah, that strike level stuff is like really hidden mechanics things, but that's why caster bosses in particular get so scary. This is my preferred way of doing this mission these days. We're just chewing them all up. Everything they're casting on me is like, don't cast spells on allies. And I'm like, okay, I won't then. Man, we are body blocking them badly. This is going super well. I'm glad I brought a bajillion minions. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. You're gonna get body blocked by like my small army. But yeah, the hard mode Titan missions are like, I don't want to, and that's why like you have to basically run Soul Twist for that sort of stuff, because it's like these levels are absolutely absurd. Also, why is this guy only level 16? The Demagogue is pathetic. I find that kind of amusing, actually. But yeah, that's how I prefer to approach that mission. Is just chew through all of their dudes, so that way they don't have any runners anymore. There we go. Time to go kill the Henge Guardian. I don't think any of our minions teleported to us, so they're just going to all die off camera. Which is a pity, because Mercenary Hero 3 has an awful lot of them. It is if you're trying to run, I've found, but if you just go for the, well, let's just curb stomp all of the White Mantle then, it becomes a lot easier. I used to struggle with it a lot, though, back when I was trying to do the, when I tried to outrun the mantle, I struggle with it a lot. But when I'm like, oh, or I could just kill all the white mantle, and suddenly became a lot easier. Yeah, whatever. Exactly. They can't capture it if they're all dead. There's a finite supply. It's the best solution to the problem. Man. Turns out 25 energy skills with a 5-second recharge chew through your energy and it doesn't really matter. Like, it's just choose through it, and that's that. Get rid of these. Something smells good. Bet supper's soon. I want to at least finish this book, though. So we're going to do Riverside Province. Yeah, it seems like my streams are about 5 hours these days. Like, 5.5 hours or something. Yeah, I'll take those. Excellent. Engine Ravi is a really disappointing outpost to me. It has so much potential for stuff, but ends up being super empty. There's only the primary quests. Master Scout Kira here, she doesn't have a quest. She just says, I am watching you. And it's like, okay, then. Yeah. It's so big. Like, it feels like it has so much potential for stuff to be going on. They use this a ton. Sure, why not? I mean, it's a perfectly fine icon. Like, it is... If Henge of Naravi is not the biggest city, it is certainly high up on that list. In terms of, like, just raw space it takes up. Like, it is absolutely enormous, but there's so little here. And any of the really cool stuff that was here basically has gotten erased over the years. Some examples of what I mean. Caprice right here used to have something called the henge sword or something people call it. But this long sword, I think, used to be +5 energy. So, like, this was the place that you would craft it. The other thing that was unique to here was back before they had insignia, there's a lieutenant's helm that you could craft at this guy. That's what it's called, is the lieutenant's helm. Customize? What the heck? Why is this guy a customizable weaponsmith? That's weird. But anyway, if you go look here at warrior insignia, you'll notice lieutenant's insignia reduces hex duration on you by 20% and damage dealt by you by 5%, non-stacking, armor -20. This used to be a helmet, the lieutenant's helmet, that you would craft here in Henge of Naravi, and this was the only place to make it. And so it was a lower level armor. So that's why it takes 20 armor off, because you couldn't craft it in higher level areas. And this was before insignia. So when they introduced it, okay, well, we made it in insignia, and it just gives -20 armor, because that was the balancing factor. It was a non-max armor. So that was like a specific thing that you could craft for warriors here. But like that just kind of when they introduced insignia, they just turned it into insignia, and that specialness went away as well. So yeah, so you played after insignia were introduced. And so like there's a lot of interesting stuff. It's like Bloodstained was a specific mod that you'd get on boots. So you could only get Bloodstained boots, for example. And Bonelace was a specific type of armor. So you get Bonelace armor, it had this effect. Like insignia used to be a thing built into specific pieces of armor. So like Stonefist insignia was specifically on a pair of gauntlets. And like one of the things when factions came out that was really cool was that you could get armor, like the armor had different insignia built into it. So you could get like just as a quick history lesson, I'll hop back onto that guy in a moment. But if we go over here to Baratus, who has some frog scepters I want to sell. But if we go back to him, see these Stonefist Elite Canthan Gauntlets of Minor Tactics? The reason I have these is because I was able to craft Elite Canthan Gauntlets that had the Stonefist effect in them. Rather than, like, before it was, I forget what I had. Like, I've put in Stonefist Insignia into these Elite Gladiator Gauntlets now, but they used to be in Radiant Gauntlets if you wanted Elite Gladiators. So if I wanted the Stonefist effect, I would swap over to a pair of gauntlets I'd crafted with the Stonefist effect in them, because that was pre-Insignia days when I made this guy's armor set. So just a lot of, like, interesting little things like that. And I appreciate them making the Insignia system. I think it is an improvement. But at the same time, I really liked armor coming with its insignia built into it, and I think, like, I feel like there was something that was lost when the insignia system was introduced. And while overall I think it's been a net benefit, I do think it was really cool when it's like, that person is wearing that armor that has this effect. And I think that was a really cool, like, effect of a previous era that is now gone because of insignia. And while I wouldn't want to go back to pre-insignia times, because I think insignia, the versatility of insignia is superior, it was nonetheless really cool to have, like, specific effects in armor. It's in specific armor. So, like, I have a necromancer who has the boots that he's wearing are specifically because those were the bloodstained boots. Like, if I wanted the bloodstained effect, it had to be from those specific pair of boots. And so those are the boots that he has in his armor. Yeah, so bloodstained insignia was specifically on a pair of boots, which is what I was just talking about there. So, like, Erithos here. These are some of my older characters. So if we look at Erithos's boots, the Tyrian boots here, this was the skin that the bloodstained boots were. So these were bloodstained boots. And so when they changed it to be insignia, you could just stick it on anything, but as originally the specific pair of boots, specifically the Tyrian skin boots, as bloodstained boots back in the day. So that's why he's wearing these boots rather than, like, Tormentor's boots. Because this was, before it was Necrotic Tunic, I think this was, like, Elite Tormentor's Tunic or whatever. And I think these Bone Lace Fanatic gloves was originally the Bone Lace skin. It was originally Bone Lace gloves, I think. I'd have to double check all of the name stuff. I think Mana Guy might have posted screenshots of some of the original, like, armor things, but that's why he has the things that he does, because, like, the Tyrian boots were the skin that you'd have for the bloodstained effect. And I just liked how these armors look, but these are Bone Lace insignia because that was the built-in effect to this particular armor skin. So there's no particular reason for these to be bone lace. That happens to be the effect in the armor, and I got the effect based upon what skin I wanted. So, like, if you look at Elementalist stuff, which I don't think I have any Elementalists with a lot of that armor, but if you go to the wiki and you look at the, like, I can go to him. He has some. This set right here, the Pyromancer, or the Flame Forged set, its default effect, the inbuilt effect pre-insignia, was what became Pyromancer's insignia. So, like, that was built into it. And, like, same with the Hydromancer's armor, or, like, the Geomancer Elite Stoneforge set. This was probably Elite Geomancer's robes at one point in time, if I had to guess. But the Geomancer's insignia effect was just the built-in effect on that armor skin. So Elementalist, those different lines associated with the different elements that you have in Prophecies in particular, the Flame Forged, the Stone Forged, the whatever they called Aeromancers, those all by default originally had the insignia effect, like the inbuilt effect before insignia of reducing elemental damage by 10% or by 10 or like plus 10 armor against elemental damage and an additional plus 10 versus a specific element, attached to like the flame forged armor was better against fire damage, and the ice forged armor was better against water damage or against cold damage and stuff. So that was an inbuilt effect on armor back in the day. And there's a lot of really cool stuff that way, that I think that there's something that gets lost in terms of some of the design of things when you no longer have that inbuilt stuff going on. That was really, really, really cool. At the same time, I prefer the amount of customization we get to have from the insignia, and so I wouldn't go back, but I would want to have I would want all armor to come with insignia built in to maintain what it had been in order to be able to convey that. It would obviously affect the insignia market. I don't care, because I think that the design elements that you get from maintaining that are cool enough that it's not a big enough loss, but it is like some like trade-offs that you'd be making with that sort of thing. So anyway, I think it's a really interesting sort of history of the game sort of thing. Because I've been playing the game since like late 2005, autumn of 2005. So I've passed 193 months. So whatever 193 months ago was, whenever that was when I started playing. I'm going to ignore Carlotta here because there's no reason to not. Mm-hmm. Sure. That makes sense. I was interested in... I liked Warcraft 3, so I was interested in WoW when I heard about it, but then I learned it had a subscription fee, and I stopped being interested in it. Gotcha. Yeah, Guild Wars 1 is definitely not for everyone. A lot of people are going to struggle with the buildcraft aspect, depending upon what they want from it. Like, it's not trying to deliver the same experience as WoW. And I can see that if people are hoping that it will, that they wouldn't be interested. But for those of us who really like the way Guild Wars 1 worked, there's been nothing that I'm aware of that matches the experience. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's like playing card games. Like, there's people who are going to, like, in Magic the Gathering, for example, there's people who are going to net deck, and that's something they enjoy the gameplay of the game, but don't enjoy building decks, and so they net deck, and that's cool. I'm glad that that resource is available for them to enjoy. Then there are people who don't like to net deck, and they like to make their own decks, and that experience is there for them to enjoy. And then there's people who are just like, this is not for me. And that's fine too. That is interesting. Yeah, that could be. Armor plus 3 versus physical damage, and armor plus 5 while casting. Very weird set of mods. It's non-max though, so probably why they allow it to stay in the game. Yeah, maybe after experiencing things like MTG and Hearthstone, you would enjoy Guild Wars 1. I mean, the account should still be there, so if he remembers login credentials or has the CD key and works with support, you can probably get back in. That'll happen too. And that is understandable as well. I feel like I like this minion thing. I think I'm going to swap these two over to Bone Horrors as well. I have 4 Bone Horrors, right, in my thing. Yeah, okay. So I can go Bone Horrors. I'm going to leave Vec as he is. Do I have any shambling? I know I'm not switching over to the scene with it. The short answer is I have Fiends, Horrors, Minions, and Vampiric Horrors, and not... I don't see Animate Shambling Horror. Where would it be? It'd be after Flesh Golem? Okay, yeah. I don't. Okay. I'm gonna stick with this though and try to gum things up with minions. This should be fine. I think I might switch that over to this one. Okay. I'm probably going to wrap up after turning in this book, by the way. But I should be... Next week is Thanksgiving week, right? Yeah. So I'm not... I anticipate being around for a stream next week. I don't know why I'm talking about this now, because it's on my mind. But I don't know if anything with the Thanksgiving holiday may interrupt that. So we'll see. I was thinking about potentially running BIP on myself, but I think I like the incoming fallback chain enough that I'm going to stick with it. I guess I could run Blood Ritual if I wanted. Yeah, Thursday is Thanksgiving. I normally only stream on Saturdays. Because otherwise I'm usually working on my game. Which right now I'm having to resist my frustrations with certain design elements because they're just going to have to be the way they are because I'm making an RPG maker and I ain't going to try to defy that engine too much. Not the engine. I'm not going to try to defy the editor too much. Because defying that editor gets you into trouble. By which I mean it becomes exceedingly tedious. But I don't know if I have stuff that might be going on that Saturday or not, whatnot at this point in time. I don't think so, but... Fair enough. I have a series from a now abandoned RPG Maker project on my YouTube channel. If you're ever interested in sort of watching some of that. I think it's good for people to try some of those sorts of making games just to get an idea of some of the things you have to deal with. The generic things after playing games for hours and hours. Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff that you'll pick up on that people do, but there's a huge difference, and I'm talking from my own personal experience here. There's a huge difference from observing game design from the outside versus working on it from the inside. And there's a lot of stuff that, like, a lot of understandings of how things are kind of set up that are hard to get without actually making a game. Actually, Game Maker's Toolkit is doing a really interesting series where he is making a game and documenting the process, kind of at a higher level, but in terms of like not getting into the nitty gritty of coding and stuff, but kind of talking about more of the process itself. And so if anybody is interested in making games, looking up Game Maker's Toolkit's developing series is one I'd highly recommend. Little things like, why does this trap spring when I step on the button? Oh, it's a script tied to a trigger tied to another function. Yeah. Or like there's a lot of interesting quirks about how things work in Guild Wars 1. So for example, there's a lot of things that are like touch or / melee interactions where it's clear they're just checking they're doing a circle collision check of XY coordinates, or like, are you close enough to this XY coordinate to be able to do this? And for some reason, I just never decided to check the vertical, and that's why you can kind of like break that. It's probably an efficiency thing, if I had to guess, as the region is initially done. But oh, there's something else that I was just thinking of as like a weird quirk. Oh, projectiles. So there's a leading system in this game where, like, if you're throwing if you're performing a projectile attack on something, it will lead your target. So, like, right there, it's leading the target to hit it. I'm pretty sure that's based upon time rather than flight speed. So the speed of your projectile, like the projectile flies for a certain duration, and so the like calculated arc and way that your projectile moves is based on that, because that's a significantly easier calculation than having a specific flight speed. So they use arc to keep constant speed to basically kind of artificially adjust the distance, I suspect is how they're doing it. But I'm pretty sure the flight speed is constant, which makes it significantly easier to do predictive calculation of how far. Because you can say, oh, here's how fast this person is moving, so that's where they're going to be based upon their speed. And so if your flight time is constant, then it's much easier to calculate what that should actually be. So I'm pretty sure they're doing a constant flight time, and then adjusting other things to kind of disguise that a little bit in order to lead projectile attacks. And that's really interesting to me, is like a way to solve that problem, because otherwise trying to calculate out, like, if your projectile's move speed is constant, then you're trying to figure out a moving intersection problem, and it's like, you can do it, but it's a way more complicated calculation to try to figure out, and it's way simpler if you're just doing a calculation on a constant flight time rather than a constant flight speed. So, interesting stuff. Yeah, math is one of those things where certain parts of game design do not need it very much, and other parts need it a lot. But different people's brains work differently, and I think that's really cool. But it means we're good at different things and have different preferences. And I think that's really neat. That's a really neat aspect of human beings, is that we are different. And that the thing that's really nice about it is it means that there's people who enjoy doing things that I don't enjoy, which I think is great. That means they'll do it instead of me needing to. Minion count is currently low. To be fair, energy is kind of low across my party. I suspect there's been a certain amount of getting wrecked by... I can never remember if guilt or shame is the one that... There's... I think guilt is the one that triggers when you're targeting an enemy, and shame is the one that triggers if you're targeting an ally. I think there's been a lot of that going around, is where I'm going with this. Well, Sasuke's energy is good. Everybody else's is a little dubious. They made minions up in the tower, didn't they? Oh well, that's how it goes. This energy can recover some while we're running here. I'm using incoming there to speed up the melee minions' movement speed so they can get into combat better. I don't know why Talcora ended up down the hill, though. That seems a bit peculiar to me. Hi, we're raiders on the prowl. I heard there's been talk of us. Oh my goodness. All of the chain lightning's going off in the middle of the white mantle there. Seeing them sparkle and glimmer. I wonder what sort of ward they're in. Well, defensive ward. It's hard to tell. It could be a ward against melee. It's not a ward against foes. It could be a ward against elements as well. I see a lot of watcher stuff going off. Our minion count is plummeted, but they absorbed a lot of damage. Target is obstructed. This way. Your favorite skill in WoW is the Shaman's Chain Lightning. Your favorite skill in GW is Invoke Lightning. City of Heroes is Ion Judgment. Big Dumb Lightning Laser. Sounds like a good time. Were fans ever able to make a server for City of Heroes? I know it. My understanding is it got killed, or that game, the City of games, got killed. But I feel sorry for anybody who's a big fan of an MMO and then the servers go offline. If Guild Wars 1 ever has to go offline, and there's probably a chance it will, I'd really like them to release the source code and assets for it. Gotcha. I'm glad that exists at least. MMO servers going down is a pretty sad thing, I think. Gotcha. Oh man, it's fun using incoming and watching all the minions suddenly start sprinting at things. But yeah, if Guild Wars 1 has to go down, I'd like to be able to download all my account information, my account data, and play it offline, or and be able to get the like server software and stuff. A lot of MMO players, I take it. Yeah. The Lords 1 build mechanics are just so good. I think they really wanted you to be able to feel like you're able to make your superhero. Which is really cool. Yes, okay. I want to go this way, I think, because I think I need a curve down here. There's some watchtowers that are really easy to miss, so I'm trying to not miss them. I was actually able to get an angle on that guy? Wow, that's definitely a lot. We have so many minions right now, it's great. My poor elementalists have like no energy. But just spending all of it on making minions. Oh dear. Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of subtle differences, I'm sure. Okay, there should be a cutscene up here. I'm just going to speed up. Means they're going to die off, and that's going to be okay. I think I forgot that tower once and had to come running back for it, and that was really annoying. Fire energy, fire, electricity, etc. Sounds a little bit like Kirby 64 and the Crystal Shards. I really liked Kirby 64 having power combinations, and I keep wanting them to bring it back in some more recent Kirby game. But they haven't. You need to go down, Baron the Implacable. I don't want Wells of the Profane around here. Takes away from my minions and strips my poor elementalists of all of their vital enchantments.
My friends, it is good to see you again.
Yep. Good to see you too, Dinus. Thank you for this stick. I wish I could assign a hero to carry this thing. I want to be a lion man with wings that shoots fire and is surrounded by a lightning aura, and you can do it. Yeah, I can see that being a huge appeal. Being able to express your hero that you want to have. Like, that's what I would expect from that game. That's definitely what it wants to be. I wonder if an incoming fallback variant type skill where it was energy, like an energy instead of health, would be broken or not. Oh man, I actually cast Remove Hex to remove a Hex for a change. I feel like all it's done has been drawing attention to me for skills that would trigger if I were to cast it, so I haven't been. Okay, I don't know why they're casting Empathy on my Elementalists. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And then they're casting Shame on me and stuff. I'm happy to receive those, though. 'Cause I don't have to cast any spells to do anything. wonder if I can get close enough to stab this guy. Oh. Guy has already been stabbed to death. Never mind. Not a concern. Oh man, I can smell supper and it smells really good. Oh dear. Gonna drop my big shiny stick so I can use a different shiny stick. Stab some hill giants with it. My hand was slightly misaligned, therefore I cast Remove Hex when I meant to use Go for the Eyes. Oh well. Not a huge deal. His minions really do a good job of adding a lot of additional buffer, though. I don't know what I thought Remove Hex was going to do. Okay, let's see if I get it when I take out this watchtower, because if not, then I have to go find some other watchtower that I missed somewhere, and I sincerely hope I don't have to do that. I really hope I found all of the watchtowers. It's very easy to kind of take a slight path that causes you to miss one, and then, nope, that's not what I meant to do. And then find yourself having to deal with them. One of the things that's going on is White Mantle Abbots do have Judge's Insight, so that doesn't allow them to deal double damage to our minions. Makes a lot of sense, though, when they've been fighting a lot of undead. That they would have skills to help them deal with it, but... Hey, bonus got. Okay, excellent. I think you just need to take out the main watchtower guys, but okay, let's go grab the Scepter of Orr. And take out Cyrus the Unflattering. He wants revenge. It's not what we're going to give them, though. We're just going to give him a bunch of pain, chase him down with minions. I'm going to grab my stick and my gold. And win the mission. There we go. That should fill up my book. Confirmed. My book is full. Let's go give my book to somebody who wants it. And Lion's Arch. Okay. Gordon Ecker. That's who I thought it was, but it turns out I was also right. Cool. Hey, Armin the Guide. Written evidence. Look at my copy. Yes, I will take 8 platinum and 80,000 experience points. Thank you. That is exactly what I wanted. Alrighty, now that I have taken care of that occupier of my inventory. This character's main task at this point in time is to complete Eye of the North stuff. So that's probably the direction that he's going to be heading in next. I'm just going to drop him off in Eye of the North by himself, because why not? And I think that's probably what I'm going to try to remember to do next time, but we'll see. We'll see what I'm in the mood for. Might be another character, might be something else. So anyway, that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for today's stream. I smell supper. It smells real good. I should be back in about a week unless something goes on with the Thanksgiving holiday here in the United States that interrupts it. Until then, everyone, thank you very much for watching. Take care. Goodbye.